Hi guys, I'm Lavi.
My name is BK Boy Rule. I am from Malaysia.
Hi, I'm Gummy from South Korea.
My name is Invisible Jong, and I come from Hong Kong.
My name is Nikki, and I'm from Southeast Asia.
Hello visitors, I am Kuroshiro and I will be your IVA caster for this summer.
My hobby is singing and play identity V.
Hobbies. I like watching movies. I like hanging out with friends, drawing. I like taking pictures. I like eating. I'm a huge esports fan.
One of my hobbies is to do photography.
Probably char kway teow. I mean, can't go wrong with a classic char kway teow. It's just comfort food, you know?
I don't really have a favorite food, you could say. If it tastes good, it's my favorite food. Simple, but I do really like foods with lots of spice.
My favorite food is BBQ pork, which is called char siu in Hong Kong. It is dark red at the outside and light color inside, and it has a sweet and salty flavor at the same time.
I've been playing Identity V for almost 4 years now.
I've been playing Identity 5 for around 3 years.
I started playing Identity V around COVID, so it's been about 4 to 5 years. And since I've been playing for so long, I thought it might be a fun and new experience to try and become a commentator for tournaments.
I did get an A badge for Undead in Asia server.
For my achievement relating to Identity V, I am a hunter main and I used to main Wu Chang and have once been an A badge Wu Chang in the NAEU region. I also joined the competitive scene of IDV as I was the coach of an NAEU team named YHB.
I played in several competitions as hunter, and I have my jersey with me here. Casting is one area I've never touched upon.
And also money. I love money, dude. I love money. Golden Retriever Boy by King Mala.
So the song that I'm currently listening to is Mind Over Matter by Young the Giants. Very good song, I recommend it.
My favorite song is a Chinese song called Hao Hao from Mayday. This song has a very nice tone.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand?
Mercenary, because for rescue, Mercenary is the best overall lah.
I really used to like playing Mechanic. The bot was basically like a fifth survivor on the team. She could decode, block, body block, save, open up gate, beat tinnitus. So whether you were on the chair, you could still decode. If you're not on the chair, you'd be decoding 2 Cypher Machine.
And my favorite character is Sculptor. Simply because of the fact that when I started playing IDV, she was first released and I have been maining her since then.
My favorite Identity 5 character is Dream Witch because her skills resonates with me perfectly.
Have fun. Just good luck, have fun, you know?
Hopefully you'll be enjoying the shows and games presented to us by all the players, and hopefully you'll continue to give us all your love and support for the game.
To everyone watching, I hope your love and passion for the game will continue to burn as brightly for many years to come. And with that, we have come to the end of the interview, and I will see you guys at the gates. Bye bye!
Xin chào các bạn, mình là Xuân Thu, mình là huấn luyện viên của team A-Riot Story.
สวัสดีครับผมเลตเติ้ลบอยจากทีมกูรักแฮปฟันนะครับ
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 FT 战队的阿迪选手。
Hi everyone, I'm Northern from Team Leo.
Hello everyone, my name is Kuhor from Team EMP. Hi, I'm Yuki from Team IF.
Hello everyone, I am Evo from 4AW.
Hi everyone ชื่อโยเซนะคะ เป็นกัปตันทีมของ 2TT Together Team ค่ะ
Thực sự mình cảm thấy rất là vui và có một chút không tin khi team mình là team đạt được top 8 của kỳ thi đấu IVA mùa hè năm 2024 lần này.
แฮปปี้ตื่นเต้นครับ แล้วก็รู้สึกสนุกกับ 2 แมตช์ที่ผ่านมาด้วยครับ
很开心我们战队成功进入了 IVA 8强，我们会在剩下的比赛继续努力的。
It feels great because we can play more matches and we can meet other strong teams and test our skills. Yeah.
And it feels incredible to have made it into the top 8. All the hard work and dedication are paying off, and it is a huge milestone for our team.
Good communication in the tournament. We will try our best to face every team and encourage each other to improve.
Friendship. Because we are a team that prioritizes friendship, so we hope that we can showcase that more in game. Yeah.
Our mindset is to stay focused and take it one game at a time. We are confident in our ability, but understand that every match is a new challenge.
Our mindset in this IVA is to enjoy the game and try our best to prove our team spirit in this IVA. We will be very excited to face FT since they are having great performance in COA.
mindset อย่างไรถึงจะเข้ามาอยู่ในรอบ 8 ทีมสุดท้ายได้ ผมคิดว่าคงเป็นเรื่องปกติทั่วๆไปแหละมั้งครับ เล่นแรงค์ซ้อมทีม ฝึกซ้อมแผนการเล่น การคิด แล้วก็พัฒนาการเล่นอยู่เสมอๆครับ เปิดรับสิ่งใหม่ๆ ไม่ว่าจะเป็นดูแข่ง ดูคนที่เก่งกว่าเรา หรือดูคนที่เราชื่นชอบก็ได้ครับ จะได้เอามาปรับใช้ให้เข้ากับตัวเอง
我们战队是才从中国深渊区回来，所以我们和其他战队相比，我们可能会比较有一些赛事的经验的优势吧。
ก็ขอแค่ทำเต็มที่ที่สุดค่ะ แล้วสักวันหนึ่งจะเป็นวันของเราค่ะ
Not really. Everyone is very strong, so we just hope to play as many matches as possible.
Also, the new TH, IVE, and EMP are also the strong team that need to be cautious in this IVA.
ผมคิดว่าทุกทีมเลยครับ ประมาทไม่ได้ครับ
其实我们非常期待能和 GS 战队有一场友好的交流赛，希望我们可以互相学习，一起为深渊8继续努力。
เรารู้สึกว่าทุกทีมมีเอกลักษณ์เป็นของตนเองค่ะ แล้วก็มีจุดแข็งที่ไม่เหมือนกัน เราเชื่อว่าไม่ว่าเราจะเจอทีมไหนค่ะ ขอแค่เราทำเต็มที่แล้วก็ไม่ประมาททีมตรงข้ามค่ะ
We hope everyone will support us. Yeah. Thanks.
Our team 4AW will try our best during IVA. Hope you guys enjoy the match.
Cảm ơn tất cả các bạn đã luôn đồng hành và yêu quý team tụi mình. Và chúng mình sẽ cố gắng viết tiếp câu chuyện này. Dù kết quả có ra sao, thì mình nghĩ sự ủng hộ của các bạn chính là phần thưởng đáng quý nhất mà tụi mình nhận được. Cảm ơn tất cả các bạn.
สุดท้ายนี้ฝากถึงพี่ๆแฟนคลับที่ยังคอยติดตามอยู่ ฝากเชียร์ให้กำลังใจพวกเราด้วยนะครับขอบคุณมากครับบ๊ายบายครับ
最后想对各位支持我们 FT 战队的粉丝说，谢谢你们，请多多留意我们的比赛，我们会努力打出精彩又好看的比赛的。
I'm certain she sensed death when her soul left the body. Chaos begets chaotic life, yet the attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away from the world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world. I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness. Like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin. In the mirror and under the shadows. My body becomes its vessel.
Looking down the bridge, I see your face, and the steps, all of which are blurry trace. Far below the mirror water, here we are again. Do you start? I still make you in the rain. Our history may not be known, but our story is not being shown. Layer by layer, frame by frame, it grows into dark. Don't let the storm cross over shadow you. Don't let the thunder overtake you and after you. Stand just ahead of you. For there was sorrow, there was also hope. Like the sun shines through the gray skies, I keep composing, writing on tomorrow. Set me through and dry these floating eyes. Villages and villages I travel, searching for the true heart of human. Little by little, day by day, I pave my own way. Won't let the darkness burn my vision. I won't let the silence burn my mission. I won't give up. I'll find the guiding star.
Good day to you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Labi, and I will be your host and commentator for today's IVA 2024 Playoff Day 4. We are now in the second week of the playoff and just 2 days away from the grand final matchup. Before we move on to tonight's matchup, let's recap what happened from day 1 to day 3. Last week, we saw Team LEO and 2GT eliminated from the brackets. As for Team 4AW and FT, they secured their top 4 spots by sending Team EMP and IVE to the lower brackets. Tonight, 4 of the 6 remaining teams will battle it out for the last 2 spots in the top 4. It's a do or die situation for these teams. Who will prevail and who will crumble under the pressure? Let's find out now. Caster, take it away.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Day 4 IVA tournament. I'm Labi, your commentator for today, and joining me is BK Boy. So today's 2 matchups are IVE versus A Retro Story and EMP versus GH.
Yes, so it's going to be quite the interesting matchup, like Labi mentioned, because first of all, we have A Retro Story versus IVE, both of which are very, very competent teams, as we did see in the first week. However, in the second matchup that we have today, GH versus EMP, some of the EMP players, specifically Skyfall and Zhao Kan, are ex-GH players, as attentive IVA watchers will know. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see these like ex-GH members go up against their old team, whether GH is going to try and adapt to their old strategies that they've used, or whether maybe Zhao Kun and Skyfall have developed their own strategies with their new team. It's going to be very interesting to see because we did see EMP do quite well against their match against A Righteous Story in the first game. And not to mention that if these two teams do go up for the top 4, it's going to be a rematch for both of them, which is going to be very, very interesting to see. However, GH is quite the formidable team, so don't just count them out just yet.
Yep, and it will be a lower brackets fight. Either they win or they get eliminated. Yeah, so this is the first time I become a caster, so I'm very happy can join the caster with BK.
Yes, don't worry, Lobby. I'm sure that you will pick it up with flying colors, as I'm sure our audience for IVA will see. Because you, in particular, Lobby, you are a very, very brilliant caster, and I'm sure that you will shine today. So, moving on from my flattery, going on to the teams, it's going to be really, really interesting. So, first up, we have IVE versus A Write Your Story. So, as you can see, it's going to be A Register versus IVE, like I mentioned, and then EMP versus GH, scheduled for 7 and then 9. So do keep an eye out for that later match, because after this matchup, we do have another one scheduled. So please stay tuned for that later match.
Yep, and I know that you just cast on the day, right? BK, you saw the A Righteous Story, IVE, and EMP versus GH. That
both of the teams, they just went back and forth and back and forth. One of them would get like a 3 elimination, then the other team would just get a 3 elimination right back. And then in the second round, they would both get draws. And then in the third round, they would also get a draw. It was just crazy. And even in the overtime, after they drew in terms of points, in the overtime, they also drew again. And then it was insane because then it was so down to the wire. They ended up having to go for the last resort, which is the calculation of the matches of the times in the overtime matches, which is it's just so crazy to me that they were really fighting. It's just the first match. I can't imagine how it will be in this match, especially if they do get that very, very highly anticipated and still very possible rematch in the top 4s.
Yep, and the top 4 spot has been filled by FT and 4AW. This matchup will determine the last 2 in the top 4. So yeah, today is a very, it's your last chance to win the IVA. So guys, come on.
Yeah, okay. Honestly, for the audience watching right now, please do non-spam, but please cheer for the team that you want to win in the chat box. It'll be really, really interesting to see who you guys think is going to win. But like Flavi mentioned, this is really do or die right now because we are in the losers bracket. If a single team gets eliminated in this bracket, they're eliminated from the tournament. There's no recovering from this loss, which means that it is all out right now.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's gonna be really, really interesting to see because the desperation that these teams will have to try and really, really inch out every single point, every single win that they can get from the other team. It's going to be an absolute slaughter to see. And it's just going to be really, really interesting to see how these teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail. Like I mentioned, it's really, the stakes are really high. And it's only going to get higher from here because after this day, it's going to be the top 4.
Yep, so today we can see is IVA versus A Righteous Story. So like what BK say, I'm very excited to see how they will bring us today, right?
Yes. It's just very, very interesting. However, first up, we are going to be taking a look at the IVE team in a little bit. So we will be seeing it right here. We got Izana, PPX, Hetian, Panda, Shirayuki, and Rune on the team of IVE. Notice how there is only one Hunter main on this team, which is Hetian. However, we have seen that Hetian is quite the capable Hunter and is definitely not to be underestimated, despite the fact that he is the only Hunter on the team, which is very, very interesting. And for the survivors, I mean, we want to talk about the survivors lobby?
Yep. You actually can talk more because I think what you say is very correct. Yeah.
Yeah, so we got the prospector, the painter, we got another prospector, an entomologist, and a mechanic, which is going to be very, very interesting. And switching to team A Righteous story, we got Ira, P0, Kuma, Yagakimi, Topsui, Kaisan Kawaii, and Bull. We have two hunters this time, which is generally standard. We got Yagakimi and Topsui. Also, very, very much not to be underestimated, as is the rest of their team. We got quite a number of rescuers and supporters and kiters on the team, not to mention two very, very dangerous hunters in the right hands. The opera singer everybody knows, but the Bloody Queen is definitely extremely deadly in the right hands.
Yep. Seems like they more play like content here, right? Because following this picture we can see.
Yes, from the picture we can see that their mains, they kind of do follow the containment time / kiting time, as you mentioned. But Acrobat, who is very, very good with the kiting, especially against certain hunters, and in this against the right hunter and against the right area, it's going to be an absolute slaughter for the hunter. Plus, female lancer, maybe not as used as often as she may have been previously, but she is still quite a good kiter and support if she can get her music boxes down. Plus, it helps a lot with the female dancer with transition kiting, which entomologist actually does quite well because of the speed boost you get from the bees. So yes, you are absolutely correct there, Labi. We got a lot of containers on A Righteous Story survivors. However, moving on to the first round, first half, first game of the day on the Red Church. Are you excited, Labi?
Yes, this is my first game for become a caster. So yeah, I'm quite nervous, but thank you, BK. So now it's in the BP selection here. So this is the first round, first half, and the map they have selected is the Red Church, and we can see A Righteous Story Hunter. He banned a seer and priester here.
Oh, okay.
Whoa,
Generally, priestess ban is pretty normal. She tends to be very, 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 very annoying. I cannot understate how just annoying she is. She ranges anywhere from just a mild nuisance to an absolute game changer depending on who is playing her, because her supports is insane, especially with the portals. You could get some really nasty portals with the priestess, especially depending on the map. However, going over to the Team IV survivors, we see that they have the puppeteer and coordinator.
Ooh, and for the 8 Righteous Story Hunter, he banned the magicians here. Following this lineup, what do you think the pick next here?
It's kind of hard to say at this point because first round is generally the opera singer pick, which, as we can see from that magician ban, is most likely what Topsui is going to do. And IVE does seem to have predicted that by choosing the puppeteer, because puppeteer is very, very good against an opera singer because he can immediately change into a puppet and disregard one hit from the opera singer. It's kind of like almost like a flywheel, but it costs him a quarter HP. But that is still much better than taking a regular hit, which is half of your HP. So if you had to choose between the two, I would take the quarter HP, which is what Puppeteer does, and he does it very, very well. And then we also do see the Mercenary and the Coordinator pick, two rescuers. However, Coordinator kind of like half of a rescuer in my opinion, because we do often see in what happens in a lot of tournaments and games is that the hunter will go to the coordinator, force out the gun, and now she's basically a kiter because she struggles a lot with rescuing without the gun. And once she uses that, it's very, very difficult for her to get in the rescue, especially against someone who is so fast like an opera singer.
And following, so we can see the IVE side, they has chosen a puppeteer, coordinator, mercenary, and cheerleader here. So it seems like it's a very normal pick here, and seems like it's a very stable lineup. And for the 8 Righteous Story side, he banned a psychologist here, who is a very, he can get a 3 hit here. So yep, seems like I guess there will be an opera come out, right, BK?
Yes, most definitely. I'd say like 95% chance is an opera singer. just based on the Magician Band and then also the fact that it is a puppeteer. But maybe Top Sui coming out with the fake out, because we do see that they have chosen potentially the Bloody Queen, but it's not locked in yet, so we will see. But on the side of IV Survivors, you did mention one thing, which is that they are very, very stable, which I have to agree on there. They are actually very, very stable because A, mercenary, and B, cheerleader in a way. Because cheerleaders, very, very good kiting, especially in an area like Red Church, where you can kind of bounce between pallets depending on the area. And it does seem like it is actually going to be Bloody Queen. Very, very interesting. Because normally in the first games, you expect to see the opera singer before opera singer gets banned in the later rounds.
Yep, and we can see the spawn location here. The coordinator is in the middle, and the puppet or the mercenary is on the carpet area. The puppeteer is near to the graveyard, and the cheerleader is in the shake. The Bloody Mary is on the left hand side of the coordinator. It seems like the Bloody Mary, maybe he will just straight to the middle and chase the coordinator the first, because after he use up his flare gun, it will be very easy to chase right BK following this lineup.
Yes, that is entirely true. Once the coordinator uses the flare gun, it can be very, very easy to get the coordinator down, especially depending on the area, the hunter, and what persona she has. Most of the time, we do see that coordinators often bring broken windows or flywheel. We rarely do see coordinators bring Titan, especially nowadays, because of what I mentioned before. She's more of like half of a rescuer, because a lot of hunters have adapted to try and dealing with the coordinator and force her into more of a kiting role than a rescuing role by forcing out that gun. So, following this line of logic, we can assume that Top Sui is most likely going to go for the coordinator, try and get the gun first, and if he can get a good hit on the coordinator first, then it's most likely going to stay with the coordinator. However, I think that another option would be probably the cheerleader, because that area, the shack area, is quite weak against a Bloody Mary with her mirror up, because if they're playing around the window area, she can just pop her mirror and they cannot vault it or risk getting terror shot.
Yep, so I'm Labi, and joining me is BK. We will bring you a live commentary. And seems like the Bloody Mary is going to the church area, but coordinator transitions away because he know he will be the first chase here, and maybe he will mirror here. So coordinator will try to use his gun as well, but seems like Bloody Mary just following, just use the mirror and following here and get a hit here. Oh my god.
Getting a really, really good hit here. But unfortunately, the recovery time cancelling the mirror, so she cannot change out of the mirror. But we do see that the trade has come up, and it is looking to be Excitement. Actually trying to deal with exclusively the coordinator and really doesn't want to deal with the coordinator's flag. And then popping another mirror here, and with the Excitement, and the mirror, but missing the hit and getting it down right after the vault. A beautiful series of events here, but unfortunately the coordinator going down really early at 5 ciphers left.
Yep, and actually this is a very fast down here, and the cipher just around like 70% here. So oh my god, they will be very hot for the survivor side. But Bloody Mary is actually just a one hit hunter. So this for survivor side, they still have chance. So we have to see the first rescue will be a very, very important here.
Yes, that is very true. And keep in mind, she did force out the Excitement early on, which means that even if she wanted to change with Chunka, which is still on cooldown, but getting a really, really good hit, like I mentioned, the puppeteer forcing out the hit with the puppet and only taking a quarter HP, getting the rescue on, and then taking another hit on the puppeteer, taking another hit with the puppet, so now he is only half HP, but mirroring over to the coordinator, it's gonna be really close. Oh, will he get the hit is the question. It's close, like he's going to get the hit, but he hits the wall instead. Oh my gosh, this is really, really close.
Yep, and coordinator transition into the church area, and seems like he's going to the ruined area, but there's a lot of pallets here, so maybe the coordinator can try to did a rebound kite here, because yep, the Bloody Mary that has used up the Excitement here, and he doesn't have the trump card, and but unfortunately, the coordinator can't kite too long, and this is the second time he going to the chair.
Yes, second time going to check. However, do look at the ciphers, Lobby. We can see that it is 4 ciphers remaining, but 3 of them have over 50% progress. 2 of them have 75% progress, which is quite high. Plus, Mercenary coming in with the Tide Turner Rescue, he does have wanted order. This Top Sui is going to be able to see him coming, but coming in with the elbow pad for the quick rescue over to the chair and getting the rescue off and hitting the Mercenary with a very good body block.
Yep, so another mirror here seems like, oh, the last effort is come out. So maybe the coordinator will just rig to the corner and to not disrupting his teammate for the decoding. It seems like will be a tie game here because after coordinator going to the chair and the problem is there are 2 members in the half health situations, so they can try to healing each other first to yeah.
Yes, normally that would be the case. However, keep in mind, this is a puppeteer, and puppeteer actually cannot get healed by other survivors normally, which means that if the puppeteer is going to be the next chase, he's going to be kiting on half HP. He does still have his puppet ability, which means that he can still tank 2 hits technically, but it's going to cost him a few of his ability usages and probably put him on cooldown quite a lot. So it's going to be quite the 50-50. But going over to the Mercenary, it seems. Going over to PP the Mercenary here at near the back gate area and going to be going for the sandwich and getting the really sneaky hit in there right before he pops the elbow pads. Unfortunately getting away just a second too late. And it does seem going for the Mercenary. But Topsui has to keep in mind that the ciphers are going to be popped soon, which is why he's switching to the teleport and going over to the puppeteer on the other side of the map, because this cipher is by far one of the more isolated ciphers on the map. It's going to be quite hard for Rune here to try and kite away from this area and allow his teammates to get the hit here, get the cipher here, but trying to switch to the puppet and trying to bait out the hit, not going for it, and instead going to be trying to transition, like I mentioned, over to this other area, but not being able to last and going down here at the carpet area. However, do keep in mind, again, cipher progress,
Yes.
it's really close to being prime, but seems that Topsui knows what is up and is going to be chairing over near the prime cipher.
Yep, so maybe the survivor side they can change another cipher to decode because like what BK say, now the cipher is near to the puppeteer. This is the last cipher. Yep, so but you see someone's coming? Yeah, there
Yeah,
are
I did
2%
see that.
coming.
Yeah,
I
2
think
people
they
coming for the rescue.
and seems like cheerleader want to prime the cipher. Yep, and 98% here and get a hit, the cipher pop, but the problem is 3% is on in the graveyard area, so it would be very dangerous if they get a very quickly down.
Yes, it is going to be really dangerous. So it does seem like it is going to be a draw game, like you did mention, but it seems that Topsui is going to be looking around for the puppet here. No, it seems like going to be looking around for the Mercenary, because keep in mind he is out of elbow pads compared to the puppeteer who still has a few of these pops, but instead teleporting over to the gate, trying to get this cheerleader down instead, and going to be using up the speed boost here, but the mirror is up, so it does seem like Topsui is going to be waiting for the cooldown and then the speed up again, and then going to be popping the mirror when she gets over to this area here. But the dungeon is here, so he has to be really careful and not to accidentally hit her into the dungeon, but getting her down away from the dungeon, thankfully for Topsui, and it does seem that the Mercenary is going to be barely getting out of the gate and ending this in a draw game.
Yeah, it's a tie game here, so you can see Bloody Mary is really strong to get a tie game here after coordinator have down. So yeah, congratulations for both sides. Actually, they did very well here. So maybe the next match we can actually the Bloody Mary become the first to come out the first. I will be like, wow, right? Because normally there will be an opera or the shadow come out the first, but it's every time give us like wow.
Yeah, these teams, they really know how to put the wow factor in their band picks, and they really good at surprising us because like I mentioned, normally first round opera singer is the standard, so it's going to be really, really interesting seeing how Top 3 kind of like subverted not only our expectations, but you can clearly see subverting the other team's expectations or Team IVE's expectations as well with the Bloody Queen pick. And it kind of did pay off with 60-second of containment time from everyone except the cheerleader. Cheerleader even having 40-second containment time. Considering everyone had like pretty decent containment time, the fact that she was still able to secure the draw in the end is pretty amazing.
Yep, so let's see. On the mercenary decode 162, did I see wrongly? Okay, the mercenary did decode the most here? Oh,
well,
no,
actually,
sorry.
the second most, actually,
Yeah,
because
the second
cheerleader
most.
cheerleader with the 212. But yeah, mercenary 162% decoding speed is always funny to see. Mercenaries with like the second most or most decoding speed is always like, it's just always it always gives me a chuckle whenever I see that in the data. It's just so funny because it's like the role switch. It's like the classic IDV joke where you have the decoders, instead they become the kiters become the rescuers, and then the rescuers become the decoders. Like everyone switches roles, so very funny to see. But Coordinator actually 60-second on the dot for the containment time. Very good, especially considering against a Bloody Queen. And also that excitement specifically for the Coordinator's flag gun. I think she did quite well in that first kite, and also the rebound kiting later on especially.
Yep, and we can see both sides, they did very well here. And actually, I think the puppeteer buy lots time for his teammate, right? Because after the coordinator go to last chair, there were around like 3 cipher left.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. Actually, you took the words right out of my mouth, Labi. The coordinator went down. There was around 4-ish ciphers left if we're talking about total progress. And then when the coordinator was finally eliminated, there was like 2 ciphers left, or 3 ciphers left, but 4 ciphers left, but like almost all of them were completely done except for 1. And so that was really the main problem, is that the fact that Bloody Queen has very little map control to say. She kind of struggles to get the survivors off of the ciphers, besides just like mirroring over and harassing them directly. But that can be quite dangerous, because then at least if the survivors decide to go in for a rescue early and then they rescue after the mirror is on cooldown, then the Bloody Queen is left without the mirror for the rebound kite, which is very dangerous. So Top Sui here kind of in a pickle with the early rescue, especially in the first time with the coordinator.
Yep, and now maybe the pressure will more to the IVE side, is it?
Kind of in a way, but in reality, nothing has actually really changed. So the pressure could go either way. I guess you could say that the pressure is on IVE's Hunter to try and get at least a draw. But depending on the Hunter that they pick, and considering this is Red Church, which is a relatively small map, so it's easier for like the faster Hunters like Opera Singer, Bloody Queen, and even some of the slower Hunters, for example like a Bonbon. If you really wanted to play a Bonbon in the first round, it is a possibility. These kinds of Hunters can get around the map very faster compared to some other Hunters, especially on some other maps, because Red Church itself is just a smaller map, so the walking distance is much less. So you have to rely less on like your teleport abilities, like for example like Ivy's, the Shadow's teleport ability to the Greystone, or your teleport trait. You can rely less on those and more on just like dashing and or walking to the other side of the gate, for example. So I think that Opera Singer going to be quite good on Red Church, because again, lots of obstacles to bounce around on. But who knows, maybe the IV Hunter will decide to surprise us once again, like Top Sui did. He is like he's trying to one up Top Sui in the surprise factor, being like, "Ha! You call that a wow factor?" And then he pulls out a Hell Ember or a Nightmare or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I really agree with that. So yeah, so I'm thinking, just now the Bloody Mary come out, I was like, wow, surprise. So maybe IVE Hunter will bring us like more surprise here. Maybe he choose a crown. I just kidding. But maybe he will got some key strategies for fight with the A Righteous Story side.
Yes, maybe. We did see in the team lineups beforehand that the Hunter for IVE did main the Disciple, and which, as we know, is often not picked a lot. She is very simple in her kit. This is no offense, by the way, to the people who play her. It's just that this is, objectively speaking, she is quite simple in her kit, which means that it can be quite hard to kind of utilize that to her fullest potential, in a sense. So she is a little bit more limited, especially compared to someone like an opera singer or a bloody queen. So it's going to be quite hard to use her in this kind of a tournament setting where every elimination, every single counts. But she is very good at securing draws, like the bloody queen. So maybe we might see IV's Hunter pull out the Disciple early on to also secure a draw, so that they want to play it safe for now and then play much more riskily in the second round and third round.
Yep, and now is again the BP selection here, and for now is H Retro Story Survivor versus IVE Hunter, and I'm guessing He Tian will pick the opera here because He Tian is currently S1 opera singer in the Asia server. So yep, and we can see He Tian ban a coordinator and anti-quarian here. Yeah, BK. Anything to say?
Scratching my head right now. I do wonder. Like S badge opera singer, banning coordinator and antiquarian. I wonder. No, but all jokes aside, yes, like you did mention, S badge opera singer, definitely not to be trifled with, and it seems that A Right Your Story here is definitely not messing around. Pulling out the Gardener and the Wildling first of all, and then the Acrobat. Gardener, Wildling, very, very good against opera singer because of, well, for Gardener, it's the bubble shield. Lasts for the first 50 seconds and then disappears, but the reason why it's so much better against Opera Singer compared to any other hunter is because the bubble shield disappears in the first 50 seconds, but because of how fast Opera Singer is and how deadly he can be, it's very likely for a Gardener who's getting chased first for it to get hit before that timer goes down. So most opera singers will just not bother to wait around for it to expire and just hit it, get the one extra presence, take the attack recovery, and then just try and chase down the Gardener again.
Yeah, and this is the reason why I agree, because like actually the Gardener, maybe if you don't want to use Gardener, you can use, someone is talking about like, hey, why you don't want to use the Perfumer? But opera singer is the hunter easier to burn out the perfume in the shadow, right, BK?
Yes, definitely. That is a very, very, very good point, Lobby, because the thing with Perfumer, compared to someone like Gardener or Puppeteer, or Psychologist, who can tank quite a lot of hits, Perfumer is the quintessential tanking a lot of hits survivor. The problem is that against Opera Singer specifically, she, like the recovery time when you, okay, a lot of people will know this already, but it's worth pointing out that when she perfumes back, it's not instantly back on her feet and running. She has that little animation where she staggers back into the perfume and then she can start running, which means that it cuts the time a little bit short than what you would expect. And considering how fast Opera Singer can be and how fast these pro players really, really like to play her, every like millisecond really counts. And not to mention the fact that with Perfumer specifically, it's kind of like it's like you're kiting raw with nothing else. Sure, you have your perfumes, but if you are in a situation where you're going to get hit, you probably should not have been in that situation where you're going to get hit in the first place. Which means that you shouldn't really be using your perfumes in a way, if that makes sense. It's like kind of counterintuitive.
Yep, and the spawn location, you could see the Entomologist and the Meadow Gardener is near to the Shake area, and the Wilding is near to the Mid Rune area, and the Acrobat is in the Shake. So, following these locations, I guess the Acrobat or the Gardener will be the first target. I think the Acrobat will be the first for the He Tian to chase here.
What makes you say that, Lovey?
It seems like a Gardener can just transition into the graveyard area, and there is a lot of pallets there, and the Gardener still can wait for the bubble, so maybe he can just wait the bubble behind the pallets, you know?
Yeah. That is actually very, very true. The Gardener's area on the right side ruins, it's very, very easy access into the graveyard, like you mentioned, plus lots of different pallets and window areas I think that the problem with the gunner kiting in the area and not immediately like bootlegging it over to the graveyard is that those areas tend to be kind of isolated. It's hard to transition from one kind of mini kiting area, like one kind of circuit, to another kiting circuit without the opera singer just immediately coming up behind you and breathing down your neck, being like, "Hey," you know. So I think that you are very, very true in that is very, very true in that regard. So going into the match here, we do see an opera singer instead actually speed running it over to the entomologist and magically appearing down at the bottom left of the area here over at the ruins here.
Yep, but this area, entomologist get a hit here and try to transition into the church area, but it seems like He got a speed boost and quite close here. Maybe he will get very fast down here. Oh my god! Oh my god, the beat! Oh, but yeah, unfortunately, the entomologist down around like 50% cipher progress.
Yes, less than 50% actually is 40%, which is going to be really, really bad for the survivors because with an opera singer especially, you cannot let the first kite go down so fast, right? So it's going to be very, very deadly. So He Tian really flexing his S badge out to us right now. But we do see that Ira wilding in the area and He Tian just like, oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, all of those like white, you see like those like standing shadows there in the shadow area and but going in for the hit on the board but not going in for the double hit and going in for the double hit right before the Bloodline reaches 50, so Entomologist rescued the 4/2.
Yep, and but entomologist can't use the beast to disrupting He Tian here, but it seems like it's very hard because it's go to the open area, so yeah, the last effort is come out and seems like entomologist is going to the corner. This situation is not really good for the survivors side because you see the cipher progress only left around like 3 cipher here, and the entomologist is the second time go to the chair here.
Yeah, so a second chair at almost 2 ciphers left is kind of similar to that last game. However, the difference right now is the fact that they only have one more Titaner in the Gardener, but he is going to be going in for the rescue and manages to get the bubble hit.
And we can see Gardener did a very nice rescue here. He rescued without any hit. Actually got hit, but the hit hit on the bubble. So it seems like there's buy some time here. So for entomologist, he had to try to maybe buy some time, but unfortunately he get another hit and he will go to the chair right now.
Yes, and returning to the chair for the last time actually, because this is going to be the last chair for the entomologist. So first survivor eliminated at 2 ciphers remaining. Almost 2 ciphers flat actually. Gardener is injured, but they are healing up with the wildling as we can see and healed up to full HP. So right now it's a complete fresh 3v1 of He Tian versus A Write Your Story. This is going to be quite the interesting match, and actually, oh my god, just speed running it over to you can see Ira over here, the wildling, and forcing him onto the boar. But it seems that He Tian is actually going to be going back away from the board because, as we know, trying to chase a wildling on a board is definitely not the good idea for any hunter.
Yeah, and actually for the Gardener side, he had to try to kite more time because they are only they are left on 1.5 cipher here. So yeah, he's waiting a bubble here. So, but it seems like this is not really a god kiting area for Gardener, right?
Yes, not to mention that He Tian right now, he has blink, so if he really just wants to like waste time, but getting the hit and missing, but managing to get the hit after the faked out juke. So He Tian right now still has blink up, by the way, has not used his trait. Not to mention he does have Trump card, so he could theoretically save it for endgame. He's not sharing the Gardener, instead going to be slugging her. It seems that He Tian right now really wants to try and make sure that these ciphers do not get decoded under his nose. So going back to the Gardener and going to be chairing her in the outside of the church area. But do keep in mind, ciphers half done on each of them, but the problem is that wildling is one of the decoders right now, which means that their decoding is going to be really slow. Plus, as you can see from Bull's perspective here, the oh my god, getting the hit!
Oh my god, it seems like the situation is leaning to the opera side, but a very nice backdoor rescue here. And my god, did you see that it happened in a moment?
Yeah, it was just so insane. It was just like 1 second, they were going in for the rescue and everything seemed fine and dandy, and then the next, everyone is injured, and now Bull is the one getting chased actually. Not to mention, again, I hate to, repeat my words, but Blink still up. Hetien could still use this Blink, and instead going to be hightailing it over to the other two survivors, Ira and Kuma, but getting Ira down right here in front of the church area and right between these two ciphers too. It's gonna be really hard because the two survivors who are left out are injured, so they cannot rescue, and not to mention that it's a full presence opera singer, so trying to catch up or trying to outrun her is going to be very hard, especially when you're on 1 HP, as Hetien seems to be proving the point right now, going for a mad dash between those two benches. Bull trying to get that cipher done, but it seems to be like he is kind of scared to be going down because they cannot go down. Either of them cannot go down right now.
Yep, and seems like the situation is not really good for survival side because there are 2 members in half-health situation and 1 member on the chair right now. So the problem will be no one try to decode and no one can come for rescue. But did Hetien see Gardener here? Oh my god! I think the bubble haven't come out, so yeah, the Gardener get a hit and down.
Yep, she is going to go down right here. And so last survivor remaining that is not incapacitated is the acrobat Bull. So right now Bull has a few options and none of them are actually very pretty. One is to wait until Gardener bleeds out and then try to get dungeon, which is going to take a long time, and Hetien, being the opera singer that he is, could very well find him in that time. Another option would be to try and get the Gardener up and then pray that the Gardener can kite until he decodes these 2 last ciphers remaining, which again is kind of a pipe dream because Hetien is going to be scouring the map right now, looking, searching, and it does seem that he is possibly going to be getting Tinnitus here. Yep, he does have actually Tinnitus here, so he knows that Bull is in this area, so he does have his sights on Bull. The scent has picked up and he's going to be looking on the hunt for the acrobat.
Yep, and it seems like Hetien trying to get a 4K here, so he don't want to bring the Gardener to the chair. And but what I can say that acrobat hype really good because Hetien has searched this area for a few times, but finally Hetien saw the acrobat here, but Gardener used the exit path and self-healing. Oh my god, he blinked directly and get the pallet stun here by acrobat.
Very, very well played by the acrobat there, and we do see the slow pallet breaking speed coming in. Not handy for Hetien. However, the Gardener does have the self-heal up and is going to be decoding that cipher, but Hetien immediately knows what is up and is going to be heading over ASAP to the Gardener, making sure she does not get any ciphers done.
Yup. And the Gardener is hiding. Did Hetien see him? Okay, did Hetien see? Seems like he hid very well here. He's searching.
Searching. Does he know chat?
Oh,
Does he know chat? I think he knows chat.
I think he knows.
Oh, I think he knows. Oh, he does
Oh my
know.
He just okay. I look at you. You look me. I look you, and get a hit. Finally down.
It's so... Oh, that was such a good moment by Hetien and Kuma there, just in the corner being like, hey, what's up, man? How's your day been? Oh, it's been fine. How about yours? And then just instantly back with the hit. Unfortunately for Kuma here, Bull trying the same trick as well with hiding behind the tree. It seems that this game just has devolved from like 1v4 asymmetrical competitive game into just like straight up hide and seek right now. But Bull actually doing a mad dash for the church right now and actually trying to outrun Hetien, but it's not gonna work out for him because it's an opera singer and going to be going in for the charged hit and getting acrobat down, and it's going to be a surrender from the survivors. So Hetien actually managing to get the 4 elimination in this half, which is amazing to see.
Yep, and Hotian is really pro in opera singer. Did you see that? Oh my god. I was like, how do you know the gardener is hiding behind a tree? You know, like, wow.
Yeah, that was just like really, really funny to see play out. But looking at the stats here, we can see 53, 63, 80, 67 containment time from all the survivors respectively. So honestly, overall, it's not too bad. So I think the main thing right now is the fact that the Ento went down fairly quickly. Overall,
Yeah.
60 seconds containment time. You might recall from the previous half that the coordinator against the Bloody Queen also had 60-second containment time in total, despite being the first chase. The difference here is the difference in the Hunter. Opera Singer is very hard to recover from if your first kite is bad. It's similar to Hermit and Breaking Wheel in that manner, where it's very hard to recover from there, whereas with a Bloody Queen, the recovery can be just enough to get a draw as long as nothing bad goes wrong in the mid-game. Compared to this game where we can see that despite getting the 60-second kite in total, Opera Singer He Tian was able to get the 4-man elimination. And it was a little bit close, I'm not gonna lie. The fact that the ciphers were all around like 60-70% and they had accelerated decoding, so the ciphers were going to finish quite fast. So it was quite dangerous, but he still managed to get it out this victory. So well done to He Tian.
Yep, and I'm thinking about like after the entomologists go to chess second time, I thought they will just sell the entomologists to try to, after the entomologists get rescued, there will be like the person who go and rescue, he will be half health situations. So after that, this cause the survivor side maybe like I rescue you and I get hit, I rescue and I get hit here, so we'll be like very they doesn't have time to heal each other.
Yes, that is absolutely true. So like you actually nailed it right on the head, Labi, because we have seen, and we will probably continue to see in the future that the main strategy against an opera singer, especially if you get like a bad first, not bad, but if the first chase is not up to par and is not enough to get at least a draw, then the second rescue, you're definitely just gonna have to sell because you have one injured survivor, so you're gonna have to waste time, you're gonna waste precious decoding time, end up healing instead, unless you have someone like a doctor or a psychologist, but even then that's going to cost you quite a few resources and time. So the other option is to just sell, because then the opera singer is kind of wasting her own time trying to roam around the chair, especially if no one is in that area. So that's why it's very important to try and kite in an area where no one is at, so that your chair is more likely to be at a place where no one is decoding at. So therefore it's less likely for the opera singer to disturb those ciphers. Therefore, selling is a much better option, because if she's just kind of running around not doing anything, she's wasting her own time. Therefore, you can use that time that she is essentially giving the survivors to decode.
Yep, this is why like what BK said just now, and for now the pressure will more go to the 8 Righteous story. Oh my god, because they get 1 tie and 1 4K by the He Tian.
Yes, that is very true. So we did see from the scoreboard just now, it was 2-7, which is a massive difference. So A Righteous story really needs to try and pick up the pace in the second round. Otherwise, Ivy is going to be coming out of this second bracket, and then A Righteous Story is going to be eliminated from the tournament, which is going to be quite unfortunate for them. So they really need to pick up this pace. I am BK Boy Rule. For those new to the live stream, I am BK Boy Rule with my co-caster Labi. We will be cutting to a small break in a little bit. We will be back with more IVA action. So see you in a bit.
There were also fighters from it us.
Do I ever feel afraid? No. All of this is merely a trial of flames. Just like it was back then, when my parents did all they could to save me.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
A miracle? Yes, the temperature lies in those seemingly cruel flames. That's precisely what it is. A miracle. Extinguish. And reignite. It's a weapon. One that reduces all dirty secrets to ashes. It's a test. An impartial trial that tempers the will. It's the tender embrace that binds us to the past. In this scorching heat, miracles are what I shall seek forevermore.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Labi, and joining me is BK Boy. We will continue bring you IVA action right now.
Yes, hello. Thank you for the introductions, Lavi. So we did see in the previous matchup, it was IVE versus A Write Your Story first round. So right now we're going to be going to the second round in a short bit, but I just want to talk about that first round for a bit for all of the new people who have just joined the stream. So it ended up being a 2-2 in the first half and then a 0-5 in the second half. So going into the second round, IVE is going to be up by, I believe, 7-2, which means that the points difference is going to be really, really big for a Write Your Story. So they have a lot of work to do to try and pull this back in their favor for the second game.
Yep, so the pressure is more leaning to the A Write Your Story because the IVE they win for the game 1 match right now. So I'm very excited to see what strategy they will show us in the game 2.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting. So like in the first round, first half, we got a really big shock from the A Write Your Story Hunter top suite because he decided to go for the Bloody Queen instead of the much more conventional opera singer and actually managed to get a draw, which is quite commendable. And to be honest, it's probably that is like the worst case scenario for an opera singer in like the first half. Actually, no. Worst case scenario would probably definitely be like a 4 survivor escape, but like I'm talking like realistically, that is the most likely outcome for like opera singer 2 or 3 elimination, which top 3 did achieve. It's just that the survivors in A Write Your Story were unfortunately not able to keep up this draw streak going and ended up getting a 4 elimination in the second half.
Yep, like what BK say, and then we can see He Tian. They show us what S1 opera singer come. You know, like the very fast down of entomologist. That was very surprised because I think for survivor side they doesn't think like he cut that short, right? So yeah, so that's be like. I'm very surprised that see the He Tian opera singer because this is the first time I cast here.
Yeah, it's gonna be really, really interesting, especially because there was like a moment in He Tian's game I do recall quite clearly is when he was, I think it was the entomologist's first chair or second chair, I believe. Well, I think it was the first chair, yeah, the first chair, when he was trying to fake out the wildling behind the one pallet next to all the walls behind the chair there. And it was just very, very interesting. It was just so funny to see him like just doing like mad dashes back and forth between those two shadow areas to try and fake out the wildling like a goalkeeper in soccer, just to be like, oh, where am I gonna go? Where am I gonna go? And then it was just very funny to see He Tian just try and emulate that. And then when he decided to like back off and then go towards the chair a little bit, he backed off and then we could just see all of like the standing shadows in the shadow area that he can teleport to. All of them, there were like at least 20 of them all cluttered up in that one spot. It was just like all white from like the spectator's view. It was just so funny to see that.
Yeah, it's really funny, and the opera singer is very strong in this version right now. So you know, every time I meet opera singer, I was like, oh my god, I will like get 4K again, you know. But yeah, He Tian show us a very good opera singer here. So now is in the BP selection here, second round, first half. And the map they had selected is Chinatown. The global band will be the gardener here. Yep, and looking forward, I'm very excited to see what He Tian will ban here. Maybe like following just now, I guess he will ban like the antiquarians. Oh, is the priester and seer here? Okay, good.
Actually, that's pretty common, to be honest, especially on a map like Chinatown. Priestess especially. Seer is probably like a 50-50 between seer and antiquarian, so I mean, you did get that part quite right, Nabi. So Antiquarian is definitely going to be very, very annoying for He Tian because, like you mentioned, #1 opera singer in Asia server. For those of you who are just joining the stream, I am BK Boy, this is my co-caster Labi. So He Tian is the #1 opera singer S badge in Asia server right now, which is definitely one of the many reasons why A Write Your Story is just immediately right out the gate banning the opera singer and being like, no, thank you. We're not dealing with that again. Thank you very much. So, and yeah, I mean, well, look at that. He Tian getting the Antiquarian ban right after the Seer ban. So Seer, Antiquarian, and Priestess, all of them very, very just so infuriating to deal with as a hunter. Antiquarian is just such a pain to deal with because when played correctly, it can be an absolute detriment to single hit hunters like Opera Singer and Bloody Queen and Night Watch especially. And then the Priestess is often the most banned survivor, I do believe, in these kinds of tournament settings, one of, if not the most banned survivors, because of her ability to just absolutely cut through the map with her portals. Like, you think there's like a whole row of buildings there, be like, oh no, I have to run around that. Priestess just like, nah. And then she just, and she just zooms straight through it. And it's just, it's just such a pain to deal with. Not to mention Seer as well with the extra hits. And then the last ban coming with the Patient, who is also extremely annoying, especially on such a vertical, with a map with such verticality like Chinatown. There's 2 areas with double-story buildings that he can jump off and leap off of in order to get a lot of distance.
Yep, and we can see the 8 righteous story. They had chosen the mercenary, entomologist here, and the psychologist. Oh, the last one will be the novelist here. Oh my god, this character I doesn't see him lot of match. So yeah, I'm very excited to see what Kaishan will bring us here. So following this lineup, I guess like He Tian, after the 8 righteous story, they banned He Tian opera, S1 opera. You had to ban right now, yeah.
Yes.
So I'm guessing maybe he will pick up the Shadow, because this is also a very strong versions hunter right now.
Yes, absolutely. Shadow is one of the strongest hunters right now. It's absolutely amazing to see what pro players can do, like at peak potential with a Shadow. It's incredible to see that kind of stuff. So really looking forward to see if He Tian will pick the Shadow or instead going to be picking the Night Watch. Very, very interesting. Makes sense now why he decided to ban the Seer and Antiquarian and Patient, and also the Priestess. However, I do think that probably the survivor that will give him the most trouble is probably the Mercenary, just because of how stable his rescues are, and then maybe the Novelist, because I think that his ability to... Because Nightwatch's ability, like the speed up ability and the dash, can both be kind of not cut short, but he can waste a lot of time in the speed boost, and he can cut the dash short if he switches places with the hunters in the right timing. So I think that he does have to be careful about the Novelist. However, we rarely see Novelists in these kinds of tournaments, so I mean, it'll be really interesting to see how effective he really is now, this reworked Novelist.
Yep, and the mercenary is in the middle, the psychologist is on the bottom, the novelist is on the behind, yeah. So, and we can see the entomologist and the psychologist is near to He Tian. Seems like, I guess the entomologist or the psychologist will be the first chase here, but you think who will be the first target for He Tian?
Right now, it seems like most likely... okay, this is actually a tough question because Entomologist quite... not necessarily weak to a Night Watch because the bees can be very, very annoying. However, he can pull her out of the bees with the wind. Both types of wind, actually. So she has to be very, very careful in that regard, trying to kite. Then the other option is the psychologist. However, the psychologist has that kind of access to that I'm not sure what it's called, the gate near the double-story building. Then she can just go around behind the building towards the porcelain shop area. So that is one of the standard kiting routes. The only problem is that they don't have a toy merchant to help with that transition. So it's kind of a bit up in the air who He Tian will chase right now.
Yep, and we can see He Tian straight into the WNK, who is the psychologist here, maybe, but he switched target. Maybe he will switch target to the survivor who in the middle, which is the RAH here. There will be the mercenary. Maybe I'm guessing He Tian can try to chase the mercenary the first, because he can burn the only Titaner who is the mercenary, right, BK?
Yes, that is one possible option. However, Mercenary is quite the difficult first chase. So I think that is why we are seeing He Tian going for Kai-san, the entomologist here. However, it seems that He Tian is actually seems to be not being able to find Kai-san, the ento, because of the bees trying to hide the trail. And but immediately spotting her and then going instantly for the warp out of nowhere. And getting the flywheel, unfortunately, but missing the hit. Very, very, very close here. But going for another speed boost and getting the hit right after.
Yeah, but actually He Tian had wasted some time for find the entomologist here. So for He Tian's side, he had to try to down. Oh, but a terror shock here. Send some present for He Tian. Oh my god. It's a very fast down. Like what I say for He Tian's side, he had wasted some time there. So he had to try to get a very fast down so he can try to maintain a 3k here.
Yeah, and it's going to be really, really interesting because we did see that he did bring insolence and detention. So he's going to be stuck with warp for the whole game. Plus, because of the insolence, he got first presence on the first hit on the entomologist. So that terror shock actually gave him is now one hit per presence. So as soon as he hits the mercenary, it's going to be full presence going in for the rescue here, activating the Titaner and entomologist going in. But again, full presence Night Watch is very, very deadly and going in for the hit. But and going in for the bees, but speed boosting away and forcing out the last effort. Unfortunately for Kaisan, the basement is in hotel area, so they are going to have to be very, very, very careful about how they play this right now.
Yep, and seems like this is the second time entomologists go to the chair. So there's the basement here. So I think the others teammate will sell the entomologist because it's like what BK said. This is the full present. He is in full present situation. Will be very hard to chase, and the entomologist is in the basement right now.
Yeah, basement plus full presence, definitely not a combo, especially against a Night Watch. The problem with a full presence Night Watch, I just want to emphasize this, is because he gets his charges very, very, very fast, and he can store more of them. He gets 2 at a time, and can store 4 charges at a time. And, instantly going in for the warp after realizing that they're not going to be going for the rescue. Very, very far warp, as you can see. He's really trying to get into, trying to find another survivor. He's actually going to be using the warp back over to the hotel area. 2 ciphers remaining. However, only one of them has 30% progress, and we do see Kuma, the psychologist, hiding out at the porcelain shop, but maybe going back to Bull, it seems that He Tian's priority right now is going to be to just find a survivor that is relatively easy to chase. So definitely not the mercenary, because he has, I believe, 3 elbow pads remaining, which is going to be quite a struggle. Not to get a hit instead.
Yep, and for the survivor, they had to the next kite, he had to maybe kite around 60 seconds and above, because we can see the cipher, 2 cipher remaining. So yep, seems like He Tian don't want to chase the mercenary because he know mercenary will waste a lot of time. He still got lots of elbow pad here, and he come to the middle and fight the WNK, who is a psychologist, but I think he want to find the novelist here, right?
Yeah, it does seem that the novelist is actually doing a really, really good job of trying to feed tinnitus to He Tian and really trying to confuse his senses, because right now He Tian is wasting, like you mentioned, a lot of time, a lot of time trying to find the next chase. He did really good with that ento in the beginning, but now his advantage is going to be pushed back onto him by the survivors. Now the survivors have the advantage because they have 3 survivors up. It's only 1 chair remaining, and with a really, really good pull and into the hit instantly, but not going to be chairing the mercenary. Instead going to be trying to find the last decoding cipher, because 1 cipher remaining. Because the 4th cipher was decoded by the psychologist, who is actually around in the area, WNK, also known as Kuma. The psychologist trying to hide, but actually gets found and ends up getting chased by the hunter, but with a really good flywheel, and then another Palestine, but jumping over it immediately, and it's going to be really, really tight, but manages to get the hit out in the end. But Bull decoding that cipher in the end, so it seems like He Tian is going to be going in for the warp here over to the cipher.
Yep, and we can see He Tian directly use the warp here to disrupt the novelist for the decoding here, and seems like He Tian is trying to just control the cipher progress right now. And the novelist get a hit and a very nice pallet stun here. It's by some time, but it's not enough because another one cipher left around 40 and exchange here. Did you see that, BK?
Yes, a really good exchange, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough because this area is all out of resources. There's no more palace for him to work with and no more book for him to use as a get out of jail free card. So now the psychologist Kuma and the mercenary Ira are going to be healing up, but it does seem that they're not actually going to be healing up to full. Mercenary is going to be going for the rescue on half HP because he can do that with the delayed damage. But it does seem that He Tian is kind of on to Kuma, the psychologist, right now because trying to go over to the Cypher, but actually going to be kind of scouting out this area, maybe trying to intercept the rescuer before he gets over to the chair, but instead going to be going for the psychologist. There's a lot of what-ifs going on in He Tian's head right now.
Yep, and Survivor side, they did a very great job here. They just opened another cipher here to avoid the cipher control by He Tian, and seems like a backdoor rescue by mercenary here. So for the psychologist side, he had to try to kite more time because there are not enough cipher progress right now. But it seems like, oh my god, he got a hit and finally down here. So the problem will be maybe the mercenary or the novelist have to come to rescue, but the cipher progress is not enough, and the basement is here.
Yeah, I think that is the main problem right now. Basement is going to complicate things for the survivors by quite a lot, and that is definitely something that should not be understated. However, He Tian with the ward to back up, managed to get a pocket watch from the chest. Instead, Ira over here. But with the ward coming in to try and get Bull over at the Cypher before he gets the Cypher Prime and getting a really good hit on him at this pallet here with the very good mind games, and going to be going in back over around this area and going to be pulling him. Managed to get
a flywheel! Oh my god! It's very fast, and did you see that BK? They both play very well. The mind gaming, oh my god.
Yes, the mind gaming was certainly really good. But with the swap and getting speed boost and but trying very unable to get away despite the speed boost from the swap. However, do keep in mind the Cypher is prime and it is going to be popped because it is going to be the novelist elimination right now. So 2-man endgame, both of them at the same gate, but He Tian bootlicking it over to the other gate, trying his best to reach it. Mercenary is full HP, so he can tank a single hit, which it does seem to be the plan right now. Ira really trying to tank for the psychologist. What's happening here? It's gonna be a really good one. But Terra shocking it after the flyover. Very well played, but unfortunately not gonna be able to get the mercenary because he's gonna be escaping. It is gonna be a 3-man elimination from He Tian.
Yeah, did you see that? That happened a lot of things in a moment. And we can see He Tian really did a very good job. He not just like I want to not like just chase the survivor. He also controlled the cipher very good.
Yes, that is very true. We did see that despite the fact that he was kind of wasting a lot of time in that mid game, trying to find a target survivor to chase, he was also wasting the survivor's time at the same time, because by trying to force, we did see the novelist was trying to hide, not really being able to touch any ciphers without the Night Watch trying to find him and getting an easy hit on him. Same thing with the mercenary to an extent. So those two really trying to make sure that those two don't decode. That's why that the mid game was so slow, because they were only able to get one cipher decoded from Kuma the psychologist at the middle area. So despite the fact that he was only able to get one hit on the mercenary in that mid game there, he made a trade off with the survivors and they, as a result of that, they were only able to get one cipher decoded in all of that time.
Yep, and we can see the psychologist, his decoding progress around 279, and the mercenary he kite 86 seconds here. So like what BK said just now, actually I think both sides they play very well, but He Tian, he play damn pro.
Yes, he is an absolute beast in terms of his hunter gameplay, so he is definitely not to be underestimated. And I think that the fact that they were just considering how fast that early game was with the entomologist, you can see on the stats 31-second kiting only. That is pretty.
Too short.
That is really that's relatively short, especially for the fact that they really need to get this they really need to pull up this advantage up on Team IVE. So the fact that the Ento was kiting for 31 seconds only is definitely not very good for the survivors. But despite that, and despite that very, very slow mid game, they were able to get one survivor out, which is still very, very good. I think that one thing that the survivors did actually really, really good is that mid game, or like the kind of close to the end game rescue with the novelist, because by trying to only heal up the psychologist, then the machine was able to go for the backdoor rescue while the psychologist was kiting. I think that the only problem with the psychologist kite is, again, she died near the basement, so that really, really complicated the rescue by quite a lot. I think that if it was not in the basement, and instead like on a regular chair out in the open, it would have been much easier for the survivors to try and get a 3-man endgame instead.
Yep, and actually, in the final game, I thought will be a tie game, but we can see, the He Tian bring the night watch, and with the warp here has a very strong control abilities, and he just like want to stop who try to decoding.
Yes, he's really utilizing the new warp trait to the max, not just using it as like a. He's not just using it as like a He's not just using it as like a kind of like a mini blink for chasing. He's more so using it like kind of like a teleport, where you kind of teleport to the ciphers to try and control them. We do see that some hunters like to use teleport like that. So I think that using warp like that is quite good because it has the two-way option. So you can go there, and then if nothing happens, then you can just go back to your chair or your cipher over there that you are trying to protect. So it's I think He Tian really, really utilizing not only the Night Watch but also this new trait to the best of his abilities, really showing the power that he holds and that he is absolutely not someone to be underestimated by any means. So if we take a look at the scoreboard, as a result of all this, it's going to be 3-10 in IVE's favor, which means that if Team A Write Your Story they need to get at least, I believe, a 3-man escape. Oh no, a 1-man escape, I believe. Hold on. The scoreboard is 3-man escape. Yes.
3.
Yes.
Thank you. So the A Write Your Story will be more pressure right now because they had to get at least 3 escape right now, right?
Yes, that is very, very true. Because if they want to stay in this game and get to the BO3, they need to, I believe, secure a draw or get, I believe it's A Write Your Stories Hunter going on, which is not going to be top sui. I believe they changed hunters, if I'm reading this correctly. So it's going to be very interesting to see this other hunter taking the stage and seeing how they can try to turn this situation around in their favor, because it is a really, really, really bad for A Write Your Story right now. They are going to be very, very desperate. So I think that it's definitely going to be, there's two options. They can either play it safe and try to go all out in the third round, so they can try and like secure like a draw at the very least to try and maintain this so they're not immediately eliminated. Or they can try and play super risky and pull it back now so that they have the BO3 to try and instead go from like a almost there to a definitely going to get one over the other team situation.
Yep, so I'm very excited to see the next match right now, because if I am the member of A Write Your Story, I would be like, oh my god, I have to get 3 escape right now. So let's go to see the BP selection right now. There will be a second round, second half, IVE Survivor versus A Write Your Story Hunter. And we can see the IVE side, they had banned the Opera, and the global ban will be the coordinator and puppeteer here. And Yaga, he banned a priester and the antiquarian here. Like, oh no, they banned the evil reptilian here, BK.
Yes. From my experience casting over Yaga Kimi's gameplay in last Friday, I can tell you that this is definitely the respect ban on the evil reptilian, because Yaga Kimi's evil reptilian is pretty good. Like, very, very good, considering how underutilized and underpowered the character itself is. You really don't see him a lot definitely not in tournaments, and definitely not, very rarely in ranked gameplays and similar things like that. So seeing the fact that they are so scared of it that they were going to ban him instead of the opera singer is very, very telling at how powerful Yagakimi's Evil Reptilian is. So, but is he going to open up a very, very interesting avenue for Yagakimi here? Does he want to play someone who is not the opera singer, or will he just take the chance that is given to him and decide to play the opera singer instead? Do keep in mind that this is the Chinatown, which may not necessarily be the best map for opera singer because of the large gaps between the buildings. Means that it's very hard for an opera singer, especially without the first presence, to try and jump between the shadow areas.
Yep, and BK, did you see the Embalmer and Acrobat is come out? The Embalmer is very strong to get a tie here because this is a big map, and the Embalmer come out. Seems like IVE side, they want to play like more stable lineup here.
Yes, because IVE, they, on the other hand, compared to A Righteous Story, we're talking a lot about A Righteous Story. Let's flip this onto IVE's perspective. They have to play it as safe as they want, honestly, because they have the advantage. They would want to secure this draw. Maybe if they're feeling really, really risky about it, they could try and go for the 3 survivor escape instead, which would be very, very good for their team. But right now, at this stage, they are at a huge advantage. I believe it was 3-10, wasn't it?
Yep, and the Yaga, he banned another one is patient and female dancer here. Seems like so. Based on this ban pick here, what character do you think Yaga will pick the next? Because like what you say, maybe he can try to pick the opera, but this map is not really friendly to opera.
Yes, that is absolutely true. So it's going to be quite interesting. I'd say like a 50 chance that it's opera, and then a 50 chance that it's another hunter that Yaga has in the back pocket. So it's going to be very interesting to see who gets played. Now on Chinatown specifically, it tends to favor the hunters that are very good with like long straightaways. So so hunters that would be good on Ever Sleeping Town are normally also the picks that are very good at Chinatown. So Night Watch, as we did see just now with He Tian, and also another one probably Breaking Wheel. The only weakness with Breaking Wheel here is that there are a few very scary window spots that he can quite struggle with, especially without his first and second presence. However, we do see Yagakimi going in with the opera singer because Occam's razor, the solution that seems the simplest and would be the easiest to do is oftentimes the best solution. So, I mean, if they don't ban opera singer, let's just play opera singer. Let's just see how this goes. That is probably what Yagakimi is thinking right now.
Yep, so the spawn location, the mercenary is in the middle, the prospector is on the left hand side, the embalmer is on the right hand side, but is on the corner. The acrobat is near to the opera singer here, so it seems like I'm guessing if the prospector will be the first chase here because the acrobat can utilize his ball and transitions away. So it seems like the prospector will be the one who more easier to chase right now.
Yes, that is mostly correct because, like you said, the acrobat's balls allows him to get a quick escape, especially in that area. Plus, that area, that kind of double building connected area, has two doorways in and out that are on opposite ends, which means that if the acrobat decides to get out of the building and drop a ball in the middle of the doorway, then Yagakimi just kind of has to eat it and walk through the area of effect for the ball's debuff, whether it's the fireball, the mud ball, the white ball, right? All of them. And he just kind of has to take it, which is going to be really, really bad, especially if it's the mud bomb or the fire bomb, especially, which is going to force him on to a lot of cooldowns. So I do think that Prospector is the definite choice here, especially because Opera Singer and Prospector are a very, very deadly matchup in terms of Yagakimi's Opera Singer, because the Prospector and his magnets take some time to activate and push back or pull the Hunter. So, but we know that if the Hunter is fast enough, which Opera Singer is often very, very fast, it can just immediately like get the hit on the Prospector before it activates.
Yep, so Labi, joining me is BK. We'll bring you a live commentary right now. So it seems like Yaga will go on to the mercenary. Is that the mercenary? Oh, it's a embalmer here.
Yes, it does seem like it is going to be the Embalmer. So going in with the immediate ball, but but getting the pallet, the sneaky pallet stun immediately, and also taking the ball's area of effect. So taking that debuff means that she is going to be interacting quite slowly after this, but it has worn off right now. So going immediately over to these shadow areas and forcing another bomb out of Yuki here is going to be very interesting because it's the fire bomb, which is very deadly against Yagakimi. So he has to be careful not to step in that area.
Yup, and a hit here. Finally, he get a hit, and seems like the acrobat have wasted some time of Yaga. He really utilized all his ball very good, and now he transitioned to the second floor. It seems like he still can waste Yaga time here and just like looping around this area.
Yes, and now we do see that in this one window area, it's going to be quite hard for Yaga to try and get it, but with the blink, trying to get him and making him very barely missing, and we do see that he has used the last of his balls. However, the Embalmer's coffin is on the acrobat right now, so it's going to be very tough for Yaga right now.
Yeah, it seems like the situation is not really good for Yaga, and the coffin is ready for the acrobat here. So that means the other three members, they can just continue for decode. They know no one needs come for the rescue right now. This also buys some time for them for the cipher progress.
Yes, a lot of cipher progress is being bought right now. We do see 4 ciphers remaining, but one of them is like 95, another one is 75, so it's more like 3, almost 2 ciphers remaining for the first kite, okay? This is the first kite, this is the first rescue. Mercenary coming in with that tide turner, it seems, and going in with the elbow pad, going to get a hit, but waiting it out very carefully. Seems that they're saving. Wait, hitting the chair! Insane!
Oh my god, we can see the mercenary did a very nice rescue here, and a bloody block here. The mercenary get a hit. Oh my god, did you see that, BK? He really did a very nice rescue here without a hit.
But going into the basement, and it means that it does seem that Yuki is going to be kind of like accepting his fate here and going down ASAP so that they can use this coffin as soon as possible, because when Yagakimi is in the basement and then they pop the coffin, it means that they're going to be spending a lot of time trying to get across the map over to the coffin. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Yagakimi is going to be reacting, because 2 ciphers remaining, one of them is almost done, and there's still 4 survivors remaining.
Yep, so I think the Prospector is get ready, maybe give some support for the acrobat here. So if the Prospector can do something to protect the acrobat here, there will be a 4-man after the cipher bot, but it seems like Yaga wants to control the cipher progress and going to there.
Yes, it seems that right now Yagakimi is going to be forcing himself to be going for these ciphers instead of the acrobat, which while will definitely be good right now because the ciphers are very close to being primed, it does mean that the acrobat is going to be full HP, and but going in for the embalmer hit. However, the acrobat is healing up, and they are going to be decoding another cipher soon, plus accelerated decoding is activated already. It's just a whole mess for Yagakimi right now because he has too many things to be doing, and he's only one person, he's only one hunter, he can't do everything all at once. He's going to really be struggling in this mid and end game here.
Yep, and it seems like the situation is leaning toward to the survivor side, because you see, actually, only the mercenary and embalmer in a half health. The other member, they are in a full health situation, so that means they can continue for decoding and come for the rescue if the embalmer down. Seems like Yaga is trying to control the cipher, but there are 2 cipher going to be popped here, so Yeah, for Yaga, I think for Yaga's side, he can just chase one of them until the end game right now.
Yes, so right now the survivor's plan is definitely to just like try and get this 4-man escape because it 4-man end game, because it is most definitely going to be a 4-man end game with the Cypher being prime right now. Going in for the hit with the really good ballsy end pallet game right there, but getting a magnet on the Prospector. However, Prospector versus Opera Singer is definitely not a good matchup. Oh, but going in for the instant magnet stun on the light pole, and then getting another one, making a lot of distance. Both of the exit gates are being decoded right now. It's gonna be looking really, really good. But the blink hit on the Prospector, Yagakimi does not want to play around, and really, he understands he really has to get at least one survivor down if he wants to stay in this game.
Yep, and seems like it will be the 3-man escape here. Yeah, but it's someone is coming here. Like, is it? Oh,
yes.
Can Yaga follow him?
No.
The monster is hiding.
Oh no! Yaga, he's right there. Yaga.
Yaga knows someone here.
He's right there, Yaga. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. PT the mercenary is right there.
Oh my god, seems like the mercenary can do a backdoor rescue here. Did Yaga realize? Oh, it's too late, but luckily, stun here. Oh my goodness, BK.
Oh, it could really, oh my god, and the dungeon is also over there. You can see the dungeon in the distance, so it could really very well be a 4-man escape if the survivors play their cards right. And it does seem that Yagakimi, unfortunately, not getting the dash right. It seems that Embalmer and Mercenary are going to be getting out of the game. The dungeon is open. The Prospector is running over. Oh my god, and the magnet stun, getting the stun in, and it's going to be a 4-man escape on the side of IVE. Oh my goodness.
God. Oh my god, congratulations for Ivy side. They got a win for this. They got a victory for this match. Oh my god, do you see that, BK? They got a 4-man escape here.
That is crazy. They just needed to get a draw, and then they were like, nah, I got somewhere to be after this. And then they just got the 4-man escape and cut it short. That is insane. That is crazy.
Crazy. Oh my god. If you can see my face will like, you know, like,
Yeah. That is, oh my god. Okay, there's like so much to talk about at that end game there. Oh my goodness. There's so much to talk about throughout that whole game. First of all, the fact that at that early game kiting from the acrobat, very, very, very good. And then the rescuing as well as the return kiting, the rebound kiting from the acrobat after the first rescue, also very, very, very good. And then just the no hit, the perfect rescue from the mercenary, getting him to hit the chair instead of the mercenary was unbelievable. Yeah, Hetien really, really getting this best deduction right now.
MVP, you know, like, wow. For this is very fast actually, but we can see for the winner side they had a very strong teamwork. We can see, right, BK.
Yes, very, 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 very strong teamwork on the side of the survivors. You can really see that, like the mercenary just kind of sneaking his way downtown, walking fast and trying to hit his way over to the rocket chair. And unfortunately, Yagakimi not being able to see it, that was just an insane gameplay. But Hetien really earned this MVP, I think, for his team, because, I mean, his games were amazing. Getting that 4 elimination first off in the first round, and then getting that 3, almost a 4 elimination, mind you, almost a 4 elimination in the second round as well. Really, really pulling the points up for his team. And then his survivors, man. Oh my gosh. That was crazy.
Yeah, so let's see the data here. Oh my god, Acrobat is like he contained 100 around 130 seconds here. And whoa, look at another data here. The mercenary decode 200%, and the prospector decode around 3 cipher, and the embalmer decode 148%. So the only one, the acrobat, really he kite so he really buy a lot of time for his teammates. Oh my god.
Yeah, that is just unbelievable to me, man. Like the amount of see just like the amount of time that he bought for his teammates was just insane. It was just really, really crazy to see. Like 113 seconds, okay? 113 seconds of kiting time. That is as an opera singer, especially against an opera singer. Oh my goodness, you can see that this scoreboard is really, really well earned for the side of IVE. That is crazy.
Crazy. And actually, both sides did very well here. So this is not the end for A Righteous Story. So I'm very happy to see that this is my first cast. So actually, both sides did very, very well. So give a big clap.
Round of
Yeah.
applause for both of the teams. We'd also like to see a round of applause in the chat for the audience. Please, a round of congratulations to IVE for making it into the top 4. That is incredible to see.
Yep. So this is a competition. So actually, I also hope like both team they can live together with us. But yeah, I'm very
Yes.
like yes.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate. I know what you mean. It's like even though like it's a friendly game at the end of the day. It's like, and you kind of like hope that everyone can go home a winner. At the end of the day, there can really only be one winner. So it is quite unfortunate for A Righteous Story. But hey, don't look too glum for all the fans of A Righteous Story out there, because I'm sure that there will always be another opportunity for the next IVA. So stay tuned for the next IVA, and you might just see your favorite team come back. So I mean, look forward to that if that does happen. But right now, looking at this current IVA, so it does mean that Team IV is going to be going into the top 4 for, I believe, the quarterfinals or the semifinals, for against with Team FT and A4AW for Apocalypse Warriors, and then Team Future or FT, who are going to be duking it off in tomorrow's match, I do believe. And then we have IVE versus either GT or EMP. So we will be seeing who is the last contender in our top 4 for the this next matchup, which will be coming to you shortly. So please do stay tuned for that.
Yeah, so stay here because we're going to see the EMP versus GH here. So who will be the lower brackets fight? Either they win and they get eliminated. So so stay here, stay with Labi and BK.
Yes, please do stay with us, because there are going to be many, many more interesting matches. Much like that previous match is going to be insane to watch, and I hope that these following games are going to be just as hype as this previous one has been, because this was just amazing to watch. I'm really hoping that these next matches are going to be just like these last matches. Once again, I have been BK Boy Rule with my co-caster Labi, and we will be back to you with GH versus EMP in the next matchup. After this short break, we'll see you in a bit.
If life had more opportunities, would you still make the same choices? My beloved Mary, you would become the most dazzling gem of Europa.
Mother, are we having raspberry cake for afternoon tea?
je me vois dancing, je m'enivre. Mon cœur nostalgique pleure sous le poids de mes diamants. Par des désirs, je m'écarte. Mais la flamme du passé est toujours enlacée dans les plis de ma robe portée. Car j'étais un rêve infini qui défiait les destins aigris. Aujourd'hui, je caresse mes plumes déchues. Car j'étais là et je danse.
We gather here today with profound admiration and fond remembrance to honor the lives of those who perished as they returned from Okinos 25 years ago. They were pioneers of science and our dearest friends and family.
March 13th, I accepted my mission. Disguised as a collector, I boarded the exploratory vessel the Isambard. Here, a taxidermist who's obsessed with all marine life.
No pushing. Next!
A cartographer who believes in the visions her father witnessed firsthand at sea. But the strangest one of all is a wealthy sponsor who keeps himself out of the media. The truth behind the tragedy 25 years ago is anything but simple. The culprit is somewhere on this ship, hiding among us.
Our destination is clear, and the route is unchanged. I believe we will all find what we seek on this journey.
Successful collection of samples. Begin extracting and separating the toxins. I can finally restart the experiment. The subjects are in position. Now it's time for the second toxicity test. They seem to have different visions. That leaves us with one last variable.
Hi guys, I'm Lavie.
My name is BK Boy Rule. I am from Malaysia.
Hi, I'm Gummy from South Korea.
My name is Invisible Jong, and I come from Hong Kong.
My name is Nikki, and I'm from Southeast Asia.
Hello visitors, I am Kuroshiro and I will be your IVA caster for this summer.
My hobby is singing and play Identity V.
Hobbies. I like watching movies. I like hanging out with friends, drawing. I like taking pictures. I like eating. I'm a huge esports fan.
One of my hobbies is to do photography.
Probably char kway teow. I mean, can't go wrong with a classic char kway teow. It's just comfort food, you know?
I don't really have a favorite food, you could say. If it tastes good, it's my favorite food. Simple, but I do really like foods with lots of spice.
My favorite food is BBQ pork, which is called char siu in Hong Kong. It is dark red at the outside and light colored inside, and it has a sweet and salty flavor at the same time.
I've been playing Identity V for almost 4 years now.
I've been playing Identity 5 for around 3 years.
I started playing Identity V around COVID, so it's been about 4 to 5 years. And since I've been playing for so long, I thought it might be a fun and new experience to try and become a commentator for tournaments.
I did get an A badge for Undead in Asia server.
For my achievement relating to Identity V, I am a hunter main and I used to main Wu Chang and have once been an A badge Wu Chang in the NAEU region. I also joined the competitive scene of IDV as I was the coach of an NAEU team named YHB.
I played in several competitions as hunter, and I have my jersey with me here. Casting is one area I've never touched upon.
And also money. I love money, dude. I love money. Golden Retriever Boy by King Mala.
So the song that I'm currently listening to is Mind Over Matter by Young the Giants. Very good song, I recommend it.
My favorite song is a Chinese song called Hao Hao from Mayday. This song has a very nice tone.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand?
Mercenary, because for rescue, Mercenary is the best overall.
I really used to like playing mechanic. The bot was basically like a fifth survivor on the team. She could decode, block, body block, save, open up gate, beat tinnitus. So whether you are on the chair, you could still decode. If you're not on the chair, you'd be decoding 2 cipher machines.
And my favorite character is Sculptor. Simply because of the fact that when I started playing IDV, she was first released and I have been maining her since then.
My favorite Identity 5 character is Dream Witch because her skills resonates with me perfectly.
Have fun. Just good luck, have fun, you know?
Hopefully you'll be enjoying the shows and games presented to us by all the players, and hopefully you'll continue to give us all your love and support for the game.
To everyone watching, I hope your love and passion for the game will continue to burn as brightly for many years to come. And with that, we have come to the end of the interview, and I will see you guys at the gates. Bye bye!
Xin chào các bạn, mình là Xuân Thu, mình là huấn luyện viên của team IVA Story.
สวัสดีครับผมลิตเติ้ลบอยจากทีมกูรักแฮปฟันนะครับ
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 FT 战队的阿迪选手。
Hi everyone, I'm Northern from Team Leo.
Hello everyone, my name is Kuhor from Team EMP.
Hi, I'm Yuki from Team IF.
Hello everyone, I am Evo from 4AW.
Hi everyone ชื่อโยเซนะคะ เป็นกัปตันทีมของ 2TT Together Team ค่ะ
sự mình cảm thấy rất là vui và có một chút không tin khi team mình là team đạt được top 8 của kỳ thi đấu IVA mùa hè năm 2024 lần này.
แฮปปี้ตื่นเต้นครับ แล้วก็รู้สึกสนุกกับ 2 แมตช์ที่ผ่านมาด้วยครับ
很开心我们战队成功进入了 IVA 8强，我们会在剩下的比赛继续努力的。
It feels great because we can play more matches and we can meet other strong teams and test our skills. Yeah.
And it feels incredible to have made it into the top 8. All the hard work and dedication are paying off, and it is a huge milestone for our team.
Good communication in the tournament. We will try our best to face every team and encourage each other to improve.
Friendship. Because we are a team that prioritizes friendship, so we hope that we can showcase that more in game. Yeah.
Our mindset is to stay focused and take it one game at a time. We are confident in our ability, but understand that every match is a new challenge.
Our mindset in this IVA is to enjoy the game and try our best to prove our team spirit in this IVA. We will be very excited to face FT since they are having great performance in COA.
mindset อย่างไรถึงจะเข้ามาอยู่ในรอบ 8 ทีมสุดท้ายได้ ผมคิดว่าคงเป็นเรื่องปกติทั่วๆไปแหละมั้งครับ เล่นแรงค์ซ้อมทีม ฝึกซ้อมแผนการเล่น การคิด แล้วก็พัฒนาการเล่นอยู่เสมอๆครับ เปิดรับสิ่งใหม่ๆ ไม่ว่าจะเป็นดูแข่ง ดูคนที่เก่งกว่าเรา หรือดูคนที่เราชื่นชอบก็ได้ครับ จะได้เอามาปรับใช้ให้เข้ากับตัวเอง
我们战队是才从中国深渊区回来，所以我们和其他战队相比，我们可能会比较有一些赛事的经验的优势吧。
ก็ขอแค่ทำเต็มที่ที่สุดค่ะแล้วสักวันหนึ่งจะเป็นวันของเราค่ะ
Not really. Everyone is very strong, so we just hope to play as many matches as possible.
Also, the new TH, IVE, and EMP are also the strong team that need to be cautious in this IVA.
ผมคิดว่าทุกทีมเลยครับ ประมาทไม่ได้ครับ
其实我们非常期待能和 GS 战队有一场友好的交流赛，希望我们可以互相学习，一起为深渊8继续努力。
เรารู้สึกว่าทุกทีมมีเอกลักษณ์เป็นของตัวเองค่ะ แล้วก็มีจุดแข็งที่ไม่เหมือนกัน เราเชื่อว่าไม่ว่าเราจะเจอทีมไหนค่ะขอแค่เราทำเต็มที่แล้วก็ไม่ประมาททีมตรงข้ามค่ะ
We hope everyone will support us. Yeah. Thanks.
Our team 4AW will try our best during IVA. Hope you guys enjoy the match.
Cảm ơn tất cả các bạn đã luôn đồng hành và yêu quý team tụi mình. Và chúng mình sẽ cố gắng viết tiếp câu chuyện này. Dù kết quả có ra sao, thì mình nghĩ sự ủng hộ của các bạn chính là phần thưởng đáng quý nhất mà tụi mình nhận được. Cảm ơn tất cả các bạn.
สุดท้ายนี้ฝากถึงพี่ๆแฟนคลับที่ยังคอยติดตามอยู่ ฝากเชียร์ให้กำลังใจพวกเราด้วยนะครับขอบคุณมากครับบ๊ายบายครับ
最后
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Day 4 IVA tournament. I'm Labi, your commentator for today, and joining me is who? You wanna produce yourself?
Yes, thank you, Labi. I am VK Boy, gonna be Labi's co-commentator for today. So, coming hot off of the heels of IVE's victory in the last matchup. So for those who are new to the stream, last matchup was IVE versus A Write Your Story, and IVE absolutely crushed A Write Your Story with a 2-round victory, which is really good to see for Team IVE. So next up, we are going to be seeing I believe EMP versus Team GH, which is going to be really interesting because of a few special factors. Labi, do you want to take it away?
Yeah, Team EMP has ex-GH member Zhao Kan and Skyfall, so the EMP versus GH matchup will be a statement to all of us as to who is the stronger team now. Yeah.
Yes, it's going to be really interesting. It's going to be quite spicy, I think, for the players themselves because they're going to be going up against some of their old teammates and team members. So trying to see who is going to be stronger between these two teams is going to be quite interesting because Zhao Kan and Skyfall, they know their old team's tricks. However, they are going to be in a new team, so we will also see whether they are going to be getting along well in terms of their coordination, teamwork, communication, and things like that with their new team. But considering the fact that EMP has been doing quite well in these games so far, I'd say that their coordination, teamwork, everything like that is all pretty on point. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how that stacks up against the tried and true GH, because GH is kind of a monster in the Southeast Asia competitive scene for IVV. We have seen them time and time again in IVA especially, and they are definitely not a team to be underestimated.
Yeah, before I become a caster, I also know like, whoa, this team are quite strong, you know. So today, so later on, there will be a EMP versus GH will be a very, very, you know, like strong team versus strong team here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be like CGH versus FT in the first week, where it's just two like titans going up against each other, and it's just going to be like a clash of all time. It's going to be so awesome to see these two strong, very, very strong teams going up against each other and seeing how they play.
Yeah, so I'm very excited to see later on. Maybe they will bring us like, wow, unexpected moment. Maybe you can see like my face will become like this. You know, like just now, a Rachel story and versus IVE. They also bring us a lot of like wow moment. So yeah, this is why I really, really love Identity 5. This is the reason why every time the player, they will give us a lot of unexpected moment and very nice match.
Yeah, it's gonna be really, really interesting, because I think like you said, we're definitely gonna have quite the stunned reactions from these gameplays, especially if this game is anything like the last game. Then it's going to be very, very interesting, and we are definitely gonna have our breaths taken away. So again, cannot wait to see how this goes down. It's going to be really, really awesome to see. So to my knowledge, I do believe that, yeah, like you mentioned, Zhao Kan and Skyfall were ex-GH members who have now split off and formed their own team of EMP. So we do know that Skyfall and Zhao Kan are very, very, very good survivor players, as we did see especially in the previous days. So going up with like half of the players on the opposing team are used to be your own players, it's going to be quite hard for the GH hunters, I do think, especially because both of the sides, they will kind of know how each other thinks and how each other will try and plan the strategy. So the mind gaming is definitely going to be a real challenge for both of the sides, actually.
Yeah, because both sides, they know, like I know this what strategy they're gonna use. So maybe for both sides, they have to maybe change some key strategies right now, because He Tian, like what BK say, the Zhao Kan and Skyfall, they are the ex-member of GH here. So I'm very excited to see. Maybe they will bring some unexpected moment for us. So maybe they will choose a very like unexpected lineup.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for these like unexpected lineups, because we did see in the previous few games how some of the unexpected lineups can really be used to take the other team by surprise, especially if on the hunters side. It's going to be really, really, really awesome to see what kind of surprise hunters and surprise survivors both of these teams, GH and EMP, are going to bring out against each other. It's gonna, again, want to reiterate this, it's going to be especially hard, especially in the mind gaming department, not just in the actual game, but in the ban picks as well for both sides, because they not only know who each other plays, but also who each other is very, very good at, who is the weakest survivors and hunters, etc., etc. But I do think that right now, EMP has a slight advantage because they have some members of their team who GH does not know / is not familiar with, at least to the same extent of Zhao Kan and Skyfall would be.
Yep, so let's go on. Yeah, I'm very excited. So I hope the game can fast to come up.
Yes, absolutely. So we do see that GH's team here, consisting of Little Cat, Little Boy, Godje, Captain Kun, Pluck Name, and Mint My Love. very nice emoticon there. I always love that Mint's. I always love Mint's little like faces in these names. Very, very cheeky. But we do see God J being the only hunter on Team GH. God J himself being a very, very formidable hunter, no doubt. But he is quite well known in this community, and I feel like this is going to be a recurring theme with GH. I wonder if them being very well known might be their downfall, because now everyone has a lot of material to kind of study up on against them, knows their tricks, knows their things. So they really have to be very, very adaptable and improvise on the fly what they're going to be doing if they want to stay on top of this game. And then we also see Little Cat, Little Boy, Captain Kun, Look Name, and Mint with a lot of very, very standard survivors. In fact, you could say that these are kind of like the big fives in terms of survivors. You got Prospector, very, very good Kiter and Harasser, Seer and Priestess, very good supporting characters, so much so that they are almost always banned by the Hunters, even in the first round. Antiquarian, also very common ban because she's such a good harasser and mercenary. The most stable rescuer, probably up there with First Officer as the most stable rescuers.
Yep. So I'm very excited to see what the EMP side. Whoa, they will be had Maran, Zhao Kan, Moby, Glucose, Skyfall, and GT3 here. Following these pictures at Steelize, they got 2 rescue and 1 stunner who is the forward, and the Seer who is very strong in support, but they doesn't have the like a strong content here, right?
Yes, that is absolutely right, because at least from the mains that we're seeing on screen here, it seems that this team does mostly consist of rescuer mains and assisting mains, with the forward wildling and the Seer being kind of like assisting a little bit, and then the First Officer forward and wildling with the rescuing a little bit. It seems that they are mostly focused on the rescuing as well as the assisting. So I think we can expect to see a lot of focus being put onto the first rescue, and as well as the rebound kite after the first rescue. Moving on to the hunters though, we do see Glucose and Moby as the hunters, when Glucose the wax artist and then Moby the sculptors. It's going to be very, very interesting to see who they're going to be playing in these games, because we don't often see wax artist and sculptor a lot.
Yeah. So now it is in the BP selections again. So there will be the first round, first half, GH Survivor versus EMP Hunter. And the map they had selected is Ever Sleeping Town. Whoa, it's a very big map.
Yes, Ever Sleeping Town, definitely one of the larger maps, probably. I think the biggest, going off memory, I believe that the biggest is actually Moonlit River Park in terms of just like, size. Well, actually not by size. I think largest by size, like square footage, I suppose, would be Lakeside. The reason why Moonlit feels so much bigger is just because it's very long. It's like rectangular. So it takes much longer to get from one side to the other because of the rectangular shape as opposed to Lakeside, which is more square. Ever Sleeping is really big. The thing is, a lot of that area is kind of concentrated on the sides with like the outside with the train tracks, as well as the graveyard area. There's a lot of like empty spaces outside of the graveyard and outside of the outskirts of the map. So that is why the map feels so big, but when you're actually playing it, you feel like you run into your teammates a lot, especially in that kind of center area. It kind of, when you're trying to transition away, it feels like you're kind of like very messily kiting, running into all of your teammates. So I believe that the survivors have to watch out for that.
Yep, so let's see the lineup. GH, they chosen a coordinator, magic change, priestess, and mercenary. Whoa, actually this is a very like a common lineup here. And Glucose, he banned like what BK said just now, Antiquarian is a very strong, like disrupting the hunters. So he banned a Antiquarian, Seer, Puppeteer here. And another one is First Officer. It seems like like BKI guessing the Glucose will pick up the opera here.
Yes, that is very, very, very true, because oftentimes, like we do see almost every time. Almost. Emphasis on the almost, because it's not every time, because sometimes you get surprise picks, like Bloody Queen is the most common kind of surprise pick in the first round, but Opera Singer is definitely the most common pick in the first round, first
Yeah.
half, and first round, second half, especially because we know that Glucose is a pretty... His Opera Singer is pretty balling. We have seen before in the past, so it's going to be very interesting to see how he tries to show up against, especially considering we have the coordinator Priestess especially on Ever Sleeping Town, quite the brave choice on Glucose's part. And then we got the Magician, specifically tailored against the Opera Singer, and a Mercenary, very stable Rescuer, and Coordinator, very good for the oh, I'm coming in for the rescue, pop my flare gun, rescue, and I'm out of here. Bye-bye.
Yeah. But after the coordinator has used up his flare gun, he will be like, after normally after the coordinator used the flare gun, the hunter will be like, yes, I has forced you use up your flare gun, so I can chase you directly now because you doesn't have any items, so it will be very, very easy to chase. And we can see Glucose, yeah. He picked opera singer here, so it's a very normal pick right now because opera is really strong in these versions.
Yes, that is very true, because it's just like the ability to just like go back and forth between the shadows really, really quickly and not give the survivors a moment to breathe is definitely one of Opera Singer's strengths. Not to mention the fact that jumping between the shadows has no cooldown, which means that it's entirely up to the hunter whether or not they are going to put themselves on cooldown, which is one of the reasons why she is very powerful, because the only way to force her onto a cooldown is by stunning her out of it with, for example, a coordinator or an enchantress or a priestess, etc., etc.
Yeah, and let's see the spawn location. So the priestess is in the middle, and the magician is on the right hand. Opera at the the magician on the left hand side. The opera is on the right hand side, and the mercenary is on the bottom. The coordinator is on the behind. So it seems like if I'm the opera, I would straight go to the behind and chase the coordinator the first, because she is the nearest and who easier to chase following this lineup.
Yes, definitely. I said this before, for all the people who are new in the audience, I said this before in the first half of the first matchup actually. Coordinator is kind of a half rescuer right now in this current meta, because her rescuing ability is essentially only the gun, which she only has one of, so it's more of a one-trick pony kind of style of rescuing. So once that one vital resource is gone, she is more of like a kiter in that sense. She has very little rescuing capability. So it's going to be interesting to see if Glucose is going to be forcing that gun out first and then forcing her into the kiting role, or she's going to straight up ignore and go to the priestess.
Yep, so we can see Glucose trick to the middle, and he made the priestess here, but it seems like I don't think Glucose will chase the priestess first, because this is the Ever Sleeping Town. Is a god place for the priestess here, and seems like he going to the magicians here. Yeah, following this lineup, for opera, he can try to chase the coordinator the first or the magician the first, because the magician after he's used up the magic wand, there will be like very easy to try to get he fly away.
Yes, that is very, very true. It's very similar to Coordinator in that regard, where he's very, very reliant on his items, and unfortunately his items are very limited and he uses them very, very quickly. But we do see one magic wand down and going to camp behind that pallet, trying to trick out Glucose. Very, very patient with that pallet there. Very, very good from the magician there, and getting in another very, very sly and tricksy one there, but not going to be voting the pallet because they're scared of the terror shock, which is a very wise move. I think that would have been very, very risky, but going in for the priestess support portal, coming in clutch here, transitioning over to the graveyard away from all of the other survivors, making sure that none of the ciphers are going to be disturbed if and when Mint goes down here.
Oh, directly a blink, finally down the magician at last. But guys, look at the cipher progress. Actually, the magician have brought some time for the cipher progress here. So it seems like it's a 50-50 to both sides here. It seems like the mercenary is coming and ready for the rescue here.
Yes, that is very true. So we do see the mercenary actually not coming in for the rescue right now, more so kind of like feeding Tinnitus, making sure that the hunter does not go far away from the chair and end up going to harass the other ciphers. Despite the graveyard being quite isolated, we do see mercenary coming in with it. Oh, and the instant elbow pad into the rescue. We do see that he does get it off, and then the magician going to be going over to, oh, but getting terror shock on the window.
Yep, and seems like the situation is not really good, but magician, oh, he go through the ultra long part still here. Oh my god. So but for Glucose side, he doesn't have the teleport here now, so before he go to there, does the priester can heal the magician up?
That is the question on everyone's mind right now. Will the priestess be able to get mint up before Glucose arrives? And it seems that the answer is yes. Oh, and a really good body block right there. Plus, we do see that all the other survivors are around. The coordinator is around as well. Oh, but get the hit. Oh, but right as the flare gun goes off, which is very unfortunate for the coordinator because now everyone is injured. Now going into the portal, it seems that Glucose is going to be going for the priestess little boy over here and getting, barely getting the pallet down before getting hit. It's really, really close for the priestess right now, but unfortunately going down in this fake gate area. However, this is actually decently good for the survivors right now because the fact that Glucose lost the magician means that now the priest is going to be first on chair, which means that they're kind of back to where they started at the beginning. The only problem is that now all of them are injured, so they have to be very, very careful about who, where, and when they heal so that their healing is uninterrupted and then they end up getting a double down situation. But they do have an advantage in that immediate switch to abnormal to try and get rid of that cipher progress. Very, very good because again, I was going to mention they do have quite a lot of cipher progress. Before the abnormal, all of the ciphers were half done, which means that in practical decoding, total decoding progress, it was like 1.5 ciphers remaining. But now it's going to be more like just 2 ciphers remaining because of that abnormal. But Glucose does have to be careful because now he will not have teleport up for the end game.
Yup, and the coordinator is coming for the rescue right now. Oh, a portal heals on Glucose here, but seems like Glucose had to chase the priester and try to let it down quickly because the cipher, guys, need to mention the cipher only left around like 1 cipher here. So, but just not actually for the rescue there, they are wasting the cipher progress after the coordinator used the gun. So they are left around like 50% cipher here, and seems like, oh my god, Priester finally get down.
Yes, but keep in mind this is the second rescue, second time that little boy is going to be going on the chair, and they have a mercenary on the team, which means that he can go to the rescue on half HP, and they have accelerated decoding, and that last cipher there is quite a lot of progress. The only problem is that Glucose knows, and he's actually going to be back onto Mint and Little Cat here in this area and going on with the last. Unfortunately trying to fake him out with the pallet, but Glucose calling his bluff and walking straight through that pallet immediately after the last one is used. So unfortunately for Priestess, the little boy, the Priestess is going to be eliminated, and the Magician here is going to be going onto the second chair.
Yeah, and the situation actually is not really good at now because for survivor side they will use use up the items, because for coordinator he got 1 elbow pad right now, and magician doesn't have anything, and the mercenary still left around like 1 elbow pad. So that means a final game here, some survivor will be like don't have anything, so will be very hard to kite the full present opera.
Yes, that is very, very true. I agree with you 100% there, Lovely. So we do see that the Glucose now coming in here with the Abnormal on the other remaining cipher. So now there's two ciphers that have quite a bit of progress, but one of them has like 30%, another one has 66%. Glucose patrolling the area, making sure that no ciphers get done under his watch, okay? This is very, very important as this is a very dangerous situation that Glucose is in right now because the one cipher remaining. Oh, and it does seem that he has caught onto Little Cat's trail here, but no, don't want to go for him because he knows that if he ends up designating too much time chasing, then there's gonna be some cipher just decoded out from under his nose. He has to be very careful, like I mentioned. A very dangerous situation right now because but getting Little Cat before he gets the elbow pad off. Very, very sneaky from Glucose there, sneaking up to Little Cat before he even has time to react. Very, very well played by Glucose now. And now he can more comfortably go for the Mercenary and fully dedicate himself to chasing one of the survivors over the other because he knows that the other is not going to be decoding the ciphers which from under his nose because this is very, very dangerous, like I mentioned before many times. It's very, very perilous, this situation that Glucose is in right now. He has to make sure that these ciphers are not decoded out from under him because the accelerated decoding makes the decoding speed extremely fast. Very fast. So he has to be very careful because this cipher especially, a lot of progress plus Coordinator, who is a very fast decoding rescuer, she could get that cipher down in a heartbeat. So if she even touches that cipher, it's probably game over by the time that Glucose manages to reach it.
And actually for Glucose, he used the trump card and changed to Abnormal is a correct decision, right? Because we can see after the Abnormal, the survivor side, they had to waste time or maybe open a new cipher here. Oh, a very nice hit after he pulled out the pallet. Yep, and like what BK said just now, maybe directly
Directly surrender. That's quite a shock. It does seem that the team has decided that they are going to be accepting this loss. Because to be honest, there really was not much that they could have done in that situation because there was the Coordinator who was down without any self-healing. So it's literally up onto the Mercenary to kite until the Coordinator literally bleeds out. So he only has one elbow pad left. He has crows at this point. He is on half HP. He doesn't have any either items lying around the map that he could use or steal or take or yoink or whatever. It's going to be very, very hard for the Mercenary to kite that long, especially against the full presence opera singer in this situation, and also the fact that a lot of the pallets in many of the areas are used up already by the Magician and the Priestess beforehand. So it's going to be quite the dilemma. So I think that's why they decided to just accept this loss and move on to the next match because it was going to be nearly impossible for the Mercenary to kite it out until the Coordinator bleeds out. And as you can see from the stats here, what do we see, Labi?
Yeah, we can see BK Mercenary decoding progress through 200 above. Oh my goodness! And the Magician had contained the hunter around like 98 seconds here. Actually is quite good here, but maybe because of after the Glucose he changed to Abnormal here, so will be not enough at all.
Yes, that is actually one of the reasons. The early switch to Abnormal really neutered their decoding progress from the get-go. With that, I think that if he had hesitated and decided to stay on Blink and then change to Abnormal maybe later, then they definitely would have gotten that Cypher Prime until endgame, and then they definitely would have got a 4 or 3-man endgame. So even despite that early game looking really, really good for Glucose and then the mid game looking really, really good for the survivors, he was able to turn it around in the end game, especially with that insane cipher controlling there, just making sure they don't get anywhere near those ciphers. He says, no, those ciphers are mine. You will not touch them as long as I breathe.
Yep, so now the pressure will leaning to the another for the GH side right now. So I'm very excited to see what strategy they gonna pick because like now he get a 4K. So that means for the GH side, they had to get at least like 3-man escape right now, right?
Yes, that does mean they have to get at least a 3-man escape if they want to go into the second game in like a less of a disadvantage.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be like really hard because so I believe that GH's survivor, so now GH's hunter is really under the pressure right now, because if he does not get this 3 survival elimination, or if he doesn't get this like 4-man or 3-man elimination, then he's going to really be lacking in terms of points later on, both him and his team. So it's very important to try and maybe not like even out the points, because I think that that's going to be quite tough, especially in this situation. But it's going to be very important to try and close the gap, or at least not make it worse. Even a draw would be all right enough in this situation, because they 5-0, it's pretty bad, but it's recoverable because you have a lot of time in BO2 and BO3 to recover these points. So if this was, for example, BO2 and the difference was 5-0, I'd say that, yeah, they need to start worrying. But right now, no need to panic just yet. Just secure the draw. You have enough time to pull it back up in BO2 and BO3. That is what I would tell the team of GH right now.
Yeah, so GH, like BK say, you just need to like ensure get a tie or more than 3-man enough, because the most important is in the BO2 and BO3. So be chill, don't be panic. Yep, because I'm panic too, so you cannot be panic with me. Oh my god.
Yes, you should take your own advice, Labi. Don't be panic, okay? Don't be panic. We still got 2 more games to go, okay? All right.
Okay.
So it's going to be really interesting though, because if team EMP does end up going out, getting out on top of team GH here, it's going to be really interesting to see how that works, because then Xiaokan and Skyfall and the rest of their team getting it won over their old team, it's going to be quite interesting. Very spicy drama is going to happen, I can imagine.
Yeah. Damn spicy, you know, like wow. Every time I was like it's really like you see GH and EMP is a very strong team, so for both sides they really had the strategies to maybe like to play the game. So like when the strong meet with the strong, maybe boom, it has some different thing to us, you know.
Yes, it's going to be really exciting to see, especially if GH's hunter is able to completely turn this around and pull back the advantage from EMP. So it's going to be really interesting. If that does happen, then it's going to be like, oh wait, they're not out for the count yet. So ladies and gentlemen, please strap yourselves in for this very exciting next match, because even if they manage to even out the points again, so let's say they get a 5-0, so now going to the second round it's 5-5, it's going to be really interesting to see how they're going to be playing in the BO2 with more bands, and also no opera singer, no opera singer, more bands for the hunter, as well as the global bands coming in the BO2 and the BO3 especially. It's going to be really exciting and interesting to see how this pans out.
Yep, so we are in the BP selection right now. So there will be a first round, second half EMP Survivor versus GH Hunter here. And yeah, the map is the same map, Ever Sleeping Town. So for the GH side, he had to maybe pick have to ban like some very strong character for easier to get tie. For example, like Embalmer here, right? Embalmer, Mercenary maybe. And we can see God J, he banned a cheerleader and psychologist here. And EMP Day has picked the gardener and patience. Whoa, patience come out in this map right now. It would be very hard to chase, you know.
Yes, that is absolutely true. Patient is he tends to be quite map dependent. So some maps he is pretty good, some maps he is kind of some maps he's pretty bad, some maps he is just absolute destruction of the hunter. Cough, Moonlit River Park. I was speaking from experience here. Please don't laugh at me. It's very embarrassing to just have to chase a patient around and around the force.
Yeah.
efficient. He just keeps going, keeps going, keeps going. He only has 3 hooks, but he just makes the best use of it, especially if the player playing him is very good. So, but on a map like Ever Sleeping Town, I do think that the options are a little bit more limited because there's less verticality that you can play with. There's less like one-way ups and downs that you can play with Patient. So you mostly kind of use him to get a lot of distance. You want to use his hooks more like an elbow pad in some situations, but you can actually use it to climb up, for example, like the staircases on the double-story buildings in the middle and the corner. So not that bad. It's actually pretty useful, just very dependent on where he is. So corner building or middle building, I think is the best spots for him to spawn right now. But going into the other picks, we do see Gardener, Wildling, and Antiquarian following up the Patient as well.
Yeah, and it's a very excited. You know, it's a very nice lineup here. They got a patient who can use the hook and transition, so it would be very hard to chase if God J want to pick the opera here. And Welding, who is a rescue here, the anti-current, you know, is like very, very annoying. He can kite, he can rescue, he can like just give a support for his teammate for transition to another area. And the last is the Gardener. He got a bubble. He can like, it's a tank. He can like get 3 hit after in the game right now. So
Yes, it's gonna be really, really interesting to see how this pans out. Ooh, okay. I see you, God J. Pulling out the Shadow in the first round, deciding to play quite risky because we have seen that Dream Witch and Shadow are very, very similar in this regard, that they are quite risky because if you end up fumbling some chase or some camp, or if you fumble, like you mess up even one thing, it's basically game over for you, and it's very easy for the survivors to pull it out from under you. So Gajay really has to be on point with the Shadow gameplay, otherwise he's going to end up making the points deficit for his team even worse. And for the survivors right now, they really have to rely a lot on this first chase right now. If they get a good first chase, it's going to be really, really good for them. And as it stands, I think that they are going to be having a pretty decent first chase. We do see that in the spawn location, Skyfall, the Wildling in the middle. Then top and bottom is Maran's Antiquarian and Zhao Kan's Patient with GT3's Gardener on the front gate near the graveyard. So I think that Gajay's first target is probably going to be the Antiquarian. One, so that she is not a hassle later on after the rescues, and 2, because it would be much preferable to go after the patient than the patient, because she is much more close range survivor. She has to be very, very close to you for her to use her stunning abilities, which means that you also are at a high risk of getting the corruption level increased by the Shadow. Not to mention the fact that in order to stun the hunter successfully, you have to be looking at them very, very carefully so you don't mess it up on accident. So that it means that your corruption level is also going to increase. So I think that Marant is definitely in a lot of danger right now.
yeah, and actually the Ivy is not really strong in the early game and mainly really on reaching tie 2 to control the game. So the first chase will be very, very important. So let's see who will be the first target for the Shadow here. It seems like it's going to the corner here, and the Shadow is come out for and chase the is it the
Yes,
Antiquarian?
Yes, it does seem like it is the Antiquarian and going to be infecting the Antiquarian, but not actually going to be chasing her, which is very interesting. It does seem that she is going to be instead going for the map control kind of gameplay, trying to get as many survivors infected as possible to try and slow down their decoding, get as many tablets on the map as possible, again, which also wastes their decoding time. So making sure that a lot of the early game is wasted. However, Tuaji does have to be careful. So now actually going to be going immediately straight to the Gardener in the graveyard area, letting the other 3 survivors decode.
Yep, and for survivor side, they have to try to not get any hit, but the first hit from the Ivy, and the Gardener vault to window and transitions to the middle. Maybe the Antiquarian will coming.
Yes, maybe the Antiquarian might be coming. Oh, but we do see Skyfall, the Wildling, coming in here. Oh, but Gardner, unfortunately, getting infected and teleporting immediately over with the tablet there. And it seems that is going to be getting a down right here. But we do see the Wildling
Yeah.
is going to be in the area trying to harass, but his corruption level is decently high right now. So he has to be very careful. Oh, but going in. Oh, but unfortunately gets his corruption level too high and gets pulled towards the hunter, canceling his dash and cannot rescue the gardener. So this is going to be a really, really good start for Godje right now.
Yeah, and seems like Skyfall is around here, so maybe he will rescue later. And the cipher progress is 2 cipher pop here, so actually it's not really enough. Oh, a target hit and hit on the gardener here. It seems like the Skyfall will get another hit here, so that the situation will be very, very good for Godje because the Wilding is in a half health situation, so later on he can't coming for the rescue.
Yes, he cannot go in for the rescue again, which means that it's all up to the Antiquarian or the patient if they do want the rescue. That is, again, if they do want the rescue, because it does seem that the gardener has purposely placed herself in a spot that is, oh, very far away, but going in for the immediate hit on the patient with the blink, found him at this front gate area and then immediately teleporting over to the gardener. So now it does seem like they are going to be struggling quite a lot because now they have too many things to do. They need to decode these ciphers. They have 2 ciphers remaining in total. We got 3 ciphers and like 2.5, so it's 2 ciphers remaining technically. And then there's 2 injured survivors, and the gardener is on chair, not to mention the shadow is running around in her ghost form trying to find survivors that she can still teleport to because she can just infect a survivor and then form a tablet just like that. And so now it's going to be really, really risky for the survivors.
Yep, and Ivy is a character who have very strong control abilities and a hit here. Oh my god, oh my god. Seems like it's very hard to kite here because the bubble is coming out, but Ivy is waiting the bubble expired and a teleport here, but seems like he teleport wrong way.
Oh, it does seem that he did actually teleport to the wrong tablet and then tried to teleport back, but teleported to the wrong tablet again. So a few minor mistakes here by Godje, which is going to be very, very unfortunate because it bought the gardener a lot of time to get away. You can see now, while he was just at the tip of her fingers just now he's going to be way, really, really far away over at the corner building here.
Yeah, and seems like whoa, like this is by a lot time for the survivors side, and maybe gardener can try to rebound on the second story area because just now there is an open area, so will be very hard to kite, but right now he can just like kite on this area, so this will not disrupting the cipher progress and got some pallets here, so maybe gardener can try to and the Wilding is coming for support right now. They will be very hard for the Ivy because guys, look at the cipher. 2 cipher are get ready right now.
1 cipher remaining and it is primed right now. Zhao Kan coming in with the body block trying to save TTG. Oh, but getting the tear shock and then but they're not popping it just yet. It seems that the gardener does not have borrowed time, so they are going to be popping the cipher and the gardener is not going to be getting up, so they are going to be ending this in a 3-man endgame with with one of the gates being open, and then but Godje is on to the person at the other gate. It seems that it is Skyfall at the other gate. He's on to him and is getting the gate open, but the gate's open already. Open the blink. Oh, the blink. Will he crawl out the gate in time? That is the question that everyone's mind right now. And he actually manages to get the Wildling out barely before he crawls out of the gate. That is very, very, very good for Godje right now because he has now secured another elimination potentially. However, getting the gate open means that now it is entirely possible for the Antiquarian to try and get the rescue here, but Godje is onto the Antiquarian right now, and it's all up to these 2 survivors right now. Will they be able to get out and potentially even rescue Skyfall the Wildling?
Oh my god! What happened? So I guessing they maybe they try to coming or giving the pressure for Ivy, but the Antiquarian is stand too close. Then the patient can't come for the rescue. Oh my god.
It seems that is the case. So now it is going to be ending in a 3-man elimination on the part of Godje. So very, very nice recovery, especially at that mid game there with the very, very good rebound kite on the side of the Gardener. That was really, really well played.
Yeah, and actually the way is like when the gardener, he can't find the gardener, and the antiquarian and welding coming for the support, and at last the patient is coming, right? Then this hunter did a very nice target hit. Maybe he know the gardener doesn't bring the board time. So yeah, it's
Yes.
very, very good job.
Yes, that was a really, really good job and well done by Godje. I think that it would have been so close for the Survivor teams if the patient had managed to just barely get that body block, but unfortunately not, and the gunner will be going down, which is very, very unfortunate for the Survivor team. So they ended this in a 1-man escape and 2 elimination, which is very unfortunate. But
Yeah.
if we do see the data here, we can see 246% on the patient, really a decoding master here, the patient, and then a 106-second kiting time on the Gardener against a Shadow of all things is very, very, very impressive. Very, very good. Very, very well played on the part of the Gardener. Kiting that long, especially a first kite against the Shadow, is really, really good. Plus the harassing on the part of the Wildling. You can see the 92-second containment time, very, very good with that body blocking and the harassing, especially with that rescue on the Gardener was really, really good in my opinion.
Yeah, actually, for both sides, they play very well. As we can see, the Gardener actually kite and buy a lot time, but the Shadow, he get the maybe he lost the chance before, but he can quickly find again a new chance and try to get more kill here. So we can see following that situation just now, actually there will be a tie game, right? Or maybe 3-man escape, but the Shadow of Godje, he really did very good.
Yes, that is very, very true. He did really, really well in that end and mid game. So looking at the score here, we can see that it is now 6-3. So it's now a 3 points difference. So GH is still lagging behind a little bit, but definitely they're going to be able to much easier bring it back in the second game and the third game as well. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see what is going to be happening in these follow-up games, because Godje is the only hunter, I do believe, for GH, which means that they are most definitely going to be going for the Shadow ban in the second round, just out of respect, I think, because that was just an insane gameplay. So watching these games, I'm very, very curious and very, very excited to see how these players are going to be strategizing and planning their games after this. Once again, I have been BK Boy Rule with my co-caster Labi for those who are new to the stream. So I'm really, really excited to see, like, especially in the later games, how exactly they're going to be going around this. Like, because on one hand, you could argue that they almost clutched it out, especially in that match that we just saw just now. With Godje, they almost were able to get a 4-man endgame, and then with that, they could have gotten like a 2-man or 3-man escape on the side of RC EMP. But they unfortunately, at that last minute, the Gardener did go down, which allowed him to get that elimination, and then allowed him to kind of springboard his way back into action against the other survivors. So they might take their chances at it again if they were willing to risk it. They do have an advantage, so they might be able to. However, again, it's all up to who Godje decides to play.
I'm Lavi, and joining me is BK. We will take a break and we will get back soon. Bye bye.
想对各位支持我们 FT 战队的粉丝说，谢谢你们，请多多留意我们的比赛，我们会努力打出精彩又好看的比赛的。
I am certain she sensed death when her soul left the body. Chaos begets chaotic life, yet the attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away from the world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world. I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness. Like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin. In the mirror and under the shadows. My body becomes its vessel.
Looking down the bridge, I see your face, and the steps, all of which are blurry trace. Far below the mirror of water, here we are again. This time, I stand with you in the rain. Our history may not be known, but our story is not being shown. Layer by layer, frame by frame, it grows in the dark. Don't let the storm cross overshadow you. Don't let the thunder overtake you and up of you. Stand just ahead of you. For there was sorrow, there was also hope. Like the sun shines through the gray skies, I keep composing, writing on tomorrow. Stand with you and dry these floating eyes. Pale as your sound, pale as your side travel, searching for the true heart of humanity. Little by little, day by day, I pave my own way. Won't let the darkness burn my vision. I won't let the silence burn my nation. I won't give up. I'll find the guiding star. For there was midnight, there was also sunrise. Like the spring melted into snow, I keep painting dreams, make a better tomorrow. Come with me and dry the floating eyes. For there were tears, there were also laughter. Together, our face never dies. In this ever changing world, some things remain. Stand with me, let's try transforming eyes. Stand with me, we'll try this floating eyes.
Hello, welcome back to Day 4 IVA tournament. I'm Labby and joining me is BK.
Hello everyone, I am BK as Labi just mentioned. So we are coming back into the BO2 of EMP versus GH, which has been a really, really wild ride so far. It's going to be really, really interesting. So for those who are new to the audience, in the first round, we did have a 5-0 in EMP's advantage and then 1-3 in GH's favor. So total score now is 6-3 going into the second game. EMP is still at an advantage of 3 points, which is still quite a bit, but they do have time to pull it back. It's not unwinnable for GH right now, and they definitely still have a shot, and a very decent shot at that. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see how they try to play this second game.
Yep, and seems like the GH side there will be a bit pressure because this is the BO2, and for GH they had to try to win in this match. So yeah, don't be panic, okay? Just chill and try to do your best.
Yes. Actually, they have to win or they have to draw. They just can't lose. Otherwise, if they lose this round, then they will lose the whole tournament. They'll be eliminated from this tournament completely, which is definitely less than ideal for Team GH. So, EMP right now has to get a win if they want to win right now in this BO2, or at least secure the draw. That way they'll still have an advantage in the third game, because then they can just try and still maybe play for the draw in the third game, and then they'll still have the one advantage in the first game. So GH definitely wants to get that win, but they could also settle for a draw, but then it will be really, really risky in the third game.
Yep, and for the both side, they did very well on BO1 here, and this is the BO2, like what BK said just now. BO2, you can you can try to get more marks here. So if you can get like tie or win here, so will be a BO3 situations come out. Yeah, I'm very excited now. Oh my god, you know this. Yeah, I'm very excited to see the strong team versus strong team. Today, who will be the victory, and maybe who will see you next year.
Yes, it's going to be really, really interesting to see who is going to be the winner. Because like you mentioned, these two are very, 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 very strong teams. And definitely you do not want to mess with these guys, okay? They will mess your stuff up if you try to mess with them, then they will mess with you right back, okay? So do not even try these guys, okay? They know what they are doing. They are very, very competent, and they are very skilled at what they do, and my gosh, they do it really, really well. So with that being said, it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams, very, very skilled teams, how they will go against each other, and in what kind of strategies and planning they'll be thinking. Because as we mentioned before, two of the members of EMP, Zhao Khan and Skyfall, are ex-members of GH. So there's going to be a lot of mind gaming going on, as well as with the I know who you play, but I also know you also know who I play. There's going to be a lot of mind gaming and old rematches that we are going to be seeing here. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that pans out.
Yeah. So it seems like for EMP side, they had more advantage because Zhao Kan and Skyfall, they is the ex-member of GH, and as everyone know, Zhao Kan and Skyfall, they really, really pro player. Before I become a caster, I also know about them in this game is very, very pro.
Yes, they are definitely one of the best players in the SEA region. Definitely they are one of the top dogs, especially because the team that they came from, GH, along with the team FT, are absolute beasts in the SEA region for this kind of competitive IVV tournaments. Everyone who has dabbled even a little bit has at least heard of their names and definitely knows how scary they can be. So it's kind of like seeing two GH members going up against a GH team. It's going to be very, very cool to see how this pans out, especially because the other members of EMP who are not ex-GH members, how the fact that they have actually been keeping up with these two veterans is very, very cool to see. We did see that Glucose really was like proving his worth and managed to get that 4 elimination in the first round, which was just really, really cool to see. The fact that he can go up against these hardened veterans, seasoned warriors in this kind of community, and he can show them up and say that he make a bold statement like that. That is really, really impressive to me.
Yep. So now, guys, hurry up. It's in the second round, first half. EMP Survivor versus GH Hunter. And we can see the global band is Gardener and the Patience here. I'm very excited to see what map they will be selected here. Oh, it's a Lakeside Village.
Okay,
Wow.
okay. All right. I see you guys. Lakeside Village, quite the interesting team right now. Quite the interesting map right now because it's huge for one. Real huge. It's really, really big. So hunters that can traverse the map really, really fast. Dream Witch, Breaking Wheel, Night Watch kind of, Opera Singer a little bit, and Shadow, which we do see Shadow is banned because I think that Team EMP is not taking any risks with God J's Shadow here. They really, really decide that, yeah, no, we're good. We don't want to deal with that kind of stuff. So those kind of hunters are really, really good on this kind of huge map. So it makes sense why I think they would want to ban this hunter here, because she is one, we did see how effective she is in the last half, and also we can see that she is very, very good on such a huge map like this.
Yep, so let's see the lineup here for EMP side. Whoa, they picked the Puppeteer Seer. Seer every time is banned by the hunter side, but finally we can see the Seer coming out right now. And the first officer and the acrobat has been chosen by EMP Survivor. And Godjade, he banned the antiquarian, coordinator, cheerleader, and the aeroplanist here. Seems like maybe like this is a BO2. I guessing the Godjade maybe will play a character key like very strong. Maybe will be the Opera or the other character he mostly like play on the tournament.
Yes, I think that you're absolutely right there, Labi. We do see that on EMP side, I think they are kind of expecting the opera singer, but they also don't want to put all of their eggs into one basket because they're kind of scared if it isn't a opera singer, then they're really gonna start regretting it. So that's why they have the seer, generally a good support, acrobat, generally a good kiter, and then you have the first officer who is generally a good, very, very good, very stable rescuer. Especially so against Opera, and then you have the Puppeteer who is very good against Opera, and he's decent enough against other hunters as well, depending on who the hunter is at least. If, for example, like a chip damage hunter like a Bonbon, going to be a little bit less effective, I do think. But we do see, yes, Godjay picking the Opera Singer, so right now the EMP survivors are in a bit of a pickle. Opera Singer, quite hard to go against, but Godjay's Shadow is even harder to go against, so quite the struggle that these survivors are in right now.
Yep, so you could see Skyfall in the middle and the Seer is on the big boot area. Zhao Kan is near to the small boot and Puppeteer is in the shake right now. So whoa, Opera choose stand middle of the Seer and the first officer. Seems like I guess the Seer will be the first target for the Opera right now.
Okay, so that is actually a very, very interesting question because right now, Seer is in the double story, the big boat area, which is very, very annoying to kite in, to chase in, especially for someone like an opera singer, where even though there's a lot of shadow areas, a lot of them tend to be like actually the same shadow, just like extended to be really, really long. So it can be quite hard to try and do this kind of to get this kind of a character off in that area, because a lot of the shadows, not a lot, but some of the shadows tend to be the same. So if Gotchi does make a mistake and ends up going to the same shadow, it's going to put him on a cooldown, and then it's going to be very, very frustrating because as soon as he is not in the shadow areas and not dashing towards the seer at like a rapid pace, he's going to lose a lot of distance because Big Boat is such a good kiting area. So Gotchi, if he does go for the seer, he's going to really need to play his absolute best in that area.
Yep, so let's see who will be the first chase here. Yeah, seems like GotJ choose the Seer the first, and but he did not realize Seer already dropped down and transitions away. And yeah, after GotJ coming here, he was like, "Where's the Seer? Hello?" And but finally he know the Seer is coming out and want to chase him the first. But this year he can he got one out right now, so he maybe can fight more time for his teammate. A very nice
really
here. Did you see that, BK? Oh my god.
Yes, I did see that. That was a very, very good quick reaction time. Oh my gosh! Holy! Oh my god, GT3's reaction times are on point in this game. My good gosh, man. And we see the ward coming in here. And oh my god, missing the terror shot too. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be a game to watch, isn't it, Labi?
Yeah, we do see the series really did a very great mind gaming here, and after the warp here, he doesn't get any hit there. But finally got Jay down the Seer. But guys, look at the Cypher. The Cypher is getting like 3 Cypher pop right now.
Yes, there's going to be 2 Cyphers pop, and then the last one, I believe is the first officer's one, being decoded 75%. So 3 Cyphers remaining, so that actually was a very, very good first kite. However, the problem right now is that the Seer has no more resources to work with. He doesn't have an Owl remaining, as well as the fact that the rescuing is going to be quite tough because of how far it is. Zhao Kahn with a really good fireball and juking him out and getting a hit on the rescue and getting a very, very good rescue and forcing out the ability just twice too, even though he is going to be going down with the last effort activating, forcing the double cooldowns on Goji, allowing GT3 to get as far away from Goji as possible. Playing around in this area, being able to slam that pellet before it goes down, but unfortunately gonna catch him really quick, but missing that hit, and finally going down right in front of Skyfall Cypher, but it is completed, guys. So do keep in mind that this is going to be a very, very tight match because Seer's second chair, but it's a double down scenario, but there's 1.5 Cyphers remaining. There's lots of factors to keep in mind.
Yeah, both sides did very, very well, and Seer, he really did a very great rebound here. And the first officer is coming for the rescue right now. A pocket watch here. But GotJ missed a lot of hit here. Finally get a hit. A very stable rescue right now. It seems like the GotJ wants to play the double down situations again, so the situation will more good for him. But guys, look at the Seer. If you chase the Seer, the problem will be he can like waiting for the owl and will be very hard at the final game.
But getting a really, really clean down there with the mind gaming at the pellet. However, once again, cannot understate the Cyphers. 1 Cypher remaining, it's half done. But I think one thing that we do have to keep in mind is the fact that the Acrobat has actually used his self-healing. Actually going to be using the warp ability to try and get over to the Cypher faster and disrupt the decoding, because we do see that is the Cypher that is being decoded. So 52%, it's going to be halted because of this warp ability. It's very, very interesting how GotJ will be playing around this area.
Yeah, and seems like GotJ lost the location of the survivor side, but finally he saw the puppeteer who is in the full health situation. So maybe a puppeteer can do something here, but seems like GotJ don't want to play with the puppeteer, or he just want to chase the puppeteer here. He missed a hit again. But this place is not really good for the Opera, and seems like Opera is looking around the other member location here.
yes, it does seem like she is going to be on the prowl, making sure that no other ciphers are getting decoded because it's very, very dangerous right now. Oh, and almost getting the hit on the puppet right there, but we do see First Officer and Acrobat are getting healed up in the corner, which means that they are going to be, getting a hit, but barely missing, hitting the wall. Unfortunate for Gaje. Marant really trying to kite his life off and getting another very, very well-timed puppet, but unfortunately Gaji is not gonna be falling for it. So, camping behind that pallet and very, very patiently waiting behind that pallet. So going to be constantly fighting, vaulting into this window here and getting the terror shock on the shack window, which is going to be very unfortunate for the survivors. However, do keep in mind the basement is right here. Not to mention, the basement is right here, but not going to be cheering in the basement, which is good for the survivors. Not to mention that the cipher is actually right now. It's going to be primed. However, Gotje does have warp available. It does seem that he is going to be going over to that cipher to try and get it down as soon as possible. But we do see that Zhao Kan actually managing to pop that cipher and jump away before Gotje gets him. But managing to possibly lose the hunter here, but no, not getting away here at the big boat area. However, now that Gotje is over here, it does seem like it is going to be a draw situation right now.
Yup, and actually Gotje did a very good things here. He directly used the warp and stopped the acrobat for decode the cipher, but actually the cipher has prime, and there'll be the tie situation here. So congratulations for both sides.
Yes, congratulations to both sides. Very, very well played actually. The Sears beginning kite was actually really, really good. Being able to get those two ciphers popped, I think, was the main thing. The only problem was, again, the fact that he had barely any resources to work with on that rebound kite, as well as the fact that the acrobat got the double down afterwards. I think that those two were the main killers of that game. Well, not killers, because they did manage to get a draw still. So, but I think that the survivors could have gotten a better escape. More survivors escaped if they had not gotten the double down scenario, because then the acrobat could have gone off and decoded or healed up faster and then decoded more ciphers, and then they probably would have had those ciphers primed faster, and maybe they would have been able to get out with a 3-man escape. Possibly. It's going to be quite hard to say because that situation was very, very intense.
Whoa, BK, look at the cipher progress. It's totally 5 cipher. Wow. 200, 200, 100. Wow.
Really, that's it. It's really tickling the brain here. All these hundreds, 200 flat, 200 flat, then 100 flat. Oh, this tickles my brain. But then going over to the containment time, you do see it's like 97% on the seer. 97 seconds on the seer. Very, very well done on his part. Especially the fact that he managed to get another owl off of the opera singer for that endgame kite. For that mid-game kite, the last kite that he did. It's kind of a shame that Gotje was not able to. Gotje did not fall for it, unfortunately. That's it, managing to predict the owl and then not hitting him, and instead trying to fake him out by dashing towards him and then not hitting him.
Yep. And actually what Seer, he did a very good kiting. You see the first warp by the opera singer, he doesn't get any hit from the Seer, and the mind gaming, this just a very small area, but the looping and vault, the pallets, so it's very easy to get terror shot. That is an area is very easy to get terror shot, but the Seer, he did very, very great.
Yes, this year did really, really, really good. Plus, his teammates as well. I cannot understate as well the acrobat's first rescue on the Seer was really, really good. Being able to kind of juke out that hit, that's it, force her into the standing still after the miss-hit recovery, and then getting the firebomb on her was really well played on Shao Kahn's part. So well done to him as well. And actually, this draw was very, very good on EMP's part because, again, they just need to keep maintaining this advantage. I think that right now, though, the pressure is kind of on Glucose, EMP's hunter, because as soon as if EMP is able to get a win out of this game, so Glucose gets a 3 elimination, then they automatically win this whole bracket, because then it's going to be a win on 2 rounds, and it's going to be very, very good for the team of EMP. So GH has to get a draw in this game. That is the criteria for GH's survivors. They need to get this draw, otherwise they are not going to be in for a good time.
Yeah, it's quite stimulate, like for if glucose get 3K or 4K, they will be the winner for today, right? So for another side, you have to like maybe think a strategies to try to get a tie or 3-man escape here. So yeah, gamate.
Yes, ganbate to both of the teams. Honestly, it's very, very intense situation because once again, this is the losers bracket that we are in. So whoever loses this bracket will be eliminated from this tournament, and whoever wins is going to proceed to the top 4. So right now there's gonna be no more mistakes, guys. So please do keep in mind the stakes are really, really high for the teams right now. So please, everyone in the chat, everyone in the audience right now, please cheer for your team in the chat box. I'd really love to see that support for who you think is going to win. It's going to be really, really exciting, and I cannot wait for these next matches.
Yeah, it's a do or die situations for both sides. Yeah, I'm very excited for the next match right now. So guys, type on the chat. So support your team. For example, you are EMP side, you press EMP gamate. If you are GH side, press GH gamate.
Yes. Come on, guys. Let's get those cheers going. I'm sure that the players really, really appreciate and love to see this support for their teams too. Because as someone who has done a few like tournaments and stuff beforehand, I've dabbled in it a bit. It's not too serious for me, but I have done a few tournaments every now and then. It's very, very fun, and it's all in good fun, and it's really, really cool to see people cheering in these chats for their team. And I'm sure that the teams are also watching the stream, I'm sure, and they are going to really, really appreciate you guys cheering for them. So come on, guys, ganbate.
Come on, guys. Yeah, I'm very excited now because this is really, really, this is the bracket who like only the only one team here will go to the next round. So yeah, so I can't wait. So let's faster go to the next match right now.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes, Labi really like jumping out of her seat from excitement because she really cannot wait to see. This is like some very palpable tension right now because it's really, really tense right now for both of the teams because Great Survivors, they need to get the draw at the very least. They need to get a draw. And then for the Glucose, EMP's Hunter, if he can just get a win, like 3 or 4-man elimination, it's like over for them already. So if he can get, so he just needs to get the win. But even if he gets the draw, then they still have a chance to win in the BO3. So even if he does end up getting this draw and not getting the win, it's still all right for Team EMP because they can still bring it back in the 3rd round. And same thing for GH. Even if they get the draw, and they're still going to be at a points disadvantage, but they still have time to bring it back in the BO3. So it's very, very interesting. The stakes are really, really high right now for both of the teams. So if they manage to get this match done with, and it turns out that Team EMP is the winner after this BO2, after this win, it's going to be very, very interesting for how they will proceed forward in the BO4. Because I honestly cannot wait to see how this team will, not BO4, I mean like the best of 4, the best of 4 in the top 4 teams, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm very excited too because the last around like 2 days, we will know who will be the champion of IVA 2024. I'm very, very like wants to know who the champion, because both day we cast, and then we can see every team, they had very strong analysis, and they have very strong like skills. So yeah, but the champion only got one.
Yes, there will only be one champion, guys. So for those of you who are new in the chat, I am BK Baru, my co-caster Labi, and we are currently going to be going up against, we are going to be casting the match of EMP versus a GH, competing for the last spot in the top 4 of IVA life. So
you have to ban Glucose Opera, and Glucose banned the Priestess, Toy Merchant, and GH side. They pick a cheerleader and aeroplanist here. It seems like they guessing Glucose will play the shadow here. The shadow, he can't chase the cheerleader and aeroplanist actually, because the aeroplanist can use the jetpack and go and transition away. Then the corruption level will be decreased.
Yes, very, very good point as stated by Labi there. It's going to be really, really interesting because Aeroplanist is a pretty versatile survivor. Like I mentioned before last Friday, he's kind of a jack of all trades, master of none, because he can do a lot of different things. His kiting is very good, especially against those specific hunters such as Opera and Nightwatch, and then also the Shadow, like you mentioned. He's good at rescuing because he can use his dashes, kind of like a mercenary elbow pad. We can just rush into the chair. And he's good at containment, like I mentioned. He can also has less decoding decrease than most other rescuers, so it's pretty good for that as well. So overall, very, very good survivor. Then for the other side, we see Cheerleader, very good support. First Officer, super stable rescuer, and the Acrobat, who is a very, 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 very good kiter, and also can be very good for the support, as we did see last game. He also apparently has his ability to clone himself, as we can see on the screen right now. We can see the two acrobats on the screen, which is very, very funny. But we do see Glucose banning the Priestess, the Toy Merchant, Antiquarian, and Prospector. Three very annoying support, all four of them, very annoying support characters. Two are harassers and two are just supporting characters. We got the Toy Merchant, very annoying, especially at the big boat area. Not to mention the Priestess's long portal can be very deadly, especially at the mid to end game when you can just let the survivor who's been chat once to escape across the map, and then suddenly you're like, oh well, guess I'm not chasing them anymore. Guess I'll just go go crawl away into the lake and then accept my fate.
Yep, and we could see the Glucose, he banned another two survivor is Antiquarian and the Prospector here. Quite interesting right now. I'm guessing maybe the Shadow or the Night Watch coming out.
Yes, I actually do think that is the case, as you're mentioning, because those two are single hits hunters, right? Which means that Antiquarian is going to be very, very effective against them, as well as Prospector. So it's going to be very, very useful against those two hunters. Oh, but actually going for the Naiad pick.
Oh my god. It's quite interesting right now. Yes, because if like for survivor side, they like to hiding as well, but for Night he can just use the flash, and he no need to like find where the survivor. He can just try to flash in out the float, right? And we could see the spawn location. The Acrobat is in the shake, and the Aeroplanist is near to the small booth, and First Officer in the middle, and Cheerleader is on the big booth. So seems like the Acrobat will be dangerous right now.
Yes, very, very dangerous, especially because the shack is kind of an isolated area. It can be kind of hard for him to transition away. He does have the little small shack next to the big shack, and then also that kind of the 3 pallets area next to that area, which you can use to maybe transition over into the deep side. But it's still quite a long journey for him, and I do imagine because of how fast the Naiad can be, especially in her water form, it's going to be quite tough for the Acrobat Minty here to try and escape it. So he's kind of in a pickle right now because he cannot transition away because she will probably catch up very, very quickly, and he cannot stay in the same spot because she will just encase the area with water, and then he has to transition away somewhere else.
Yeah, I very agree with that. It seems like this lineup will be a bit dangerous for if you meet the Knight here, because Knight is the hunter. Very, very, very hard to rescue. If the basement you know.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
that
let's
is very, very
see.
true.
Seems like Glucose is straight to the shake area and meet the Acrobat the first. But Acrobats transitioned away first. It seems like they will play on the beach area.
Yeah, so immediately going over to the beach area, does not want to restrict himself to the shack area, but going to be going for the fight, the pallet vault, but barely missing it because of the broken windows. Very, very well played by Minty here, and Glucose barely missing it, but going in for the very, very quick catch up, and very, very swiftly dodging the firebomb from Minty's Acrobat. Very well played by Glucose there.
Yeah, and Acrobat is coming to the big boot area. So yeah, like BK say, big boot area actually is very like it's got hiding place for survivor. And we could see Glucose does have the detention and insolence here.
Yes, the insolence and detention, letting the dash come up available right now very, very quickly, and then using the dash. With the blink hit, instantly getting the Acrobat back down into this incapacitated state, and it's going to be quite the early down as well. If you see the ciphers right, 70% each. Now, that's not necessarily bad, but it's also could be a lot better for them because this first chair at 70% ciphers means that they're going to struggle quite a bit. Not to mention the fact that Little Boy right now here, very, very close to the chair, it means that his cipher is going to be completely blocked off. So it's going to be very hard for him to decode that cipher, which has a lot of progress. So very, very good map control from Glucose. And then the instant hit on the first officer into the rescue.
Yup, and another hit on the Acrobat here. Seems like he can't rebound here and going to the corner area here. So maybe they had to come for rescue again, the Acrobat.
Yes, that is certainly one of their options. Another option is that they just sell the Acrobat because, I mean, given the cipher progress right now, it's about 2 ciphers left. So that is an option for them because the full presence Nayat is very, very hard to rescue from. She has a lot of map control, and especially on such a small and closed and isolated area like Big Boat, especially the top of Big Boat like this. You can really see Glucose trying to expand his area of influence. So it seems like he is actually going to be not going for the rescue, but we do see on the bottom left there, first officer trying to maybe go in for the rescue, but doesn't seem like he's going to be getting there in time. So Acrobat is going to be eliminated here, and then chasing Little Cat, the aeroplanist here at full presence 2, going to be quite tough because he is going to be going into the shack, which is another very close space where Glucose can easily isolate it off with the water. As you can see, he's doing that right now.
Yeah, and we can see Glucose did a very great suggestions here. He just like after he put the Acrobat to the chair, he straight away come out from the big boot and continue to chase the other survivor here. And it seems like he lost the locations. Oh no, he found it, and yep.
But getting very, very good hit there, baiting out the flywheel there, and then getting a very, very good hit at the tail end of the flywheel. We love to see those kinds of imperfect timings, frame perfect even. It's really, really cool to see those. However, Glucose has to keep in mind, once again, these ciphers are very, very close to being done. One cipher remaining and it's half done. He does have blink up, but very carefully playing around these ciphers. But he's gonna go down to the water, unfortunately.
Yeah, and seems like but the situation is still like 50% to both sides because cheerleader is in full health situations, and the first officer is and the last cipher is decoding and will get primed soon. So yup, seems like will be a tie game situation if the one who rescue can rescue it, but it's very scary because Knight is but hit on the chair right now. It seems like it's a very good situation for the survivor side.
Yes, going to be going in for the water as well, but going to be just going in for the regular hit on the last effort right now, and then possibly popping the cipher. Yeah, popping the cipher right now, but blink is up right now, so Glucose has to be very, very careful how he uses the blink, as well as the fact that Little Boy is in the area, so it could very well be a double down situation if Little Boy and Little Cat are not careful about how this goes down.
Yeah, and seems like Glucose is wants to chase the acrobat until the end, but oh, he flash and going to stop the the first officer who is opening the door here, but the pocket watch here, Glucose. Uh,
Oh, but Glucose getting hit by the pocket watch twice now, but trying to cover as much of an area as possible, but getting hit with this. It seems that he's going to be not knowing where the first officer is because of this dispel. But oh, going in for the hit, but barely missing. And we do see, actually, on the bottom left, we do see that the cheerleader and the airplanist are going to be going over to the other exit gate, and they're getting it open in time. But unfortunately, Glucose losing the first officer over there, and he's at the dungeon. And seems that he's going to be able to get it soon, if not right now. So it does seem like this is going to be a draw because remember, again, Glucose does have the blink available.
Yeah, so I think Glucose have to use the blink before the exit gate open. Oh, directly a blink. Yeah, luckily he get the hit right. He get a hit and down the first officer. So yeah, congratulations. That will be a tie game.
Oh, but we do see actually that the survivors are not leaving yet. In fact, that they aren't leaving just yet. I think that right now they are going to be trying to rush over to the gate. But this is going to be interesting to see if they are trying to play very, very risky or not. I wouldn't recommend it personally because this is risky enough as it is. And yes, they are just going to be escaping out of the gate, ending in a draw situation. So going to be very, very interesting for both of the teams right now because again, once again, the situation is still very, very much in Team EMP's favor, but only by a little bit, and Team GH is barely hanging in there. So they have to keep trying their best and trying to edge one out on top of EMP.
And we can see the aeroplane is actually kite lots time. He kite around like 106, and the cipher progress, the cheerleader has the code around like 212% here. So is very good for both sides. And we could see the aeroplane is actually he really did a good kiting here and buy some time for his teammate for the cipher progress.
Yes, that is absolutely very true. The cheerleader with the maximum decoding progress, very good to see. And I think that does make the most sense because she was the one who was chased the least, as we can see from the containment time. And also another thing that I would like to point out is the fact that the Acrobat's 60-second containment time, like you mentioned, Kite trying to buy as much time as possible for his team. And that first Kite especially, that was very much the case. And it's really interesting because 60 seconds is very decent, especially against an Insolence Naiad. That's not often one that you see in a lot of games. Often, normally they will bring Trump card instead. But the Insolence is also a very popular option because it gives you the dash ability very quickly and also buffs your water pools. So that trying to go against an Insolence Naiad in the first Kite especially, very well done from Mint the Acrobat.
Yeah, we can see the total mark right now is 10-7. So actually it's quite close. So I'm very excited to see the game tree, and yeah, this will be the very important for both sides. This will like if you get rigged for EMP side, if they can like play like around more than tie, they will be win. But for GH side, there will be more pressure. They had to try get more than tie.
Yes, exactly. Because EMP right now, because before in the round 2, they could still settle for a draw, but now they cannot settle for a draw at all. Because if they settle for a draw right now, then they're going to end up losing this bracket, and then they're going to be eliminated from the tournament. So they have to try, and now is the only time that they will have left to try and pull a win out from under EMP. So it's going to be very tough on GH, and the pressure really is on Team GH right now because EMP, they can just kind of kick back and relax and try to play as many draws as they can. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that happens.
Yep. So I'm very happy to see that they continue got a BO2 here. So guys, take a break right now. We will get back soon. Don't go away.
but put an end to this madness and despair. Searching in the desert, every imprint of humanity eroding memory. We finally see through the red mist. Something's beyond a catastrophe, and it's calling me, showing me the peace of insanity, crossing my truth and reality. I'm refusing to believe. It's got time to believe.
Do I ever feel afraid? No. All of this is merely a trial of flames. Just like it was back then, when my parents did all they could to save me.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
A miracle? Yes, the temperature lies in those seemingly cruel flames. That's precisely what it is. A miracle. Extinguish. And reignite. It's a weapon. One that reduces all dirty secrets to ashes. It's a test. An impartial trial that tempers the will. It's the tender embrace that binds us to the past. In this scorching heat, miracles are what I shall seek forevermore.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to IVA tournament, and I'm Labi, your commentator for today. Joining me is BK again. Yay!
Yes, hello, I am BK as Labi mentioned, and thank you Labi for the introduction. So, for those of you who are just joining us for the stream, we are currently in the BO3 of EMP versus GH. Very, very interesting to see how this game will play out, because right now, it's going to be in EMP's favor, actually. GH is going to be on the back foot because they won the first round and then they draw out the second round. So right now, GH has to try and pull this win out from under EMP. Otherwise, they are going to be going home, because this is the losers bracket right now. There is no room for error, and if you lose this bracket, then you are eliminated from the tournament, and the winner moves up into the top 4 for the semi-finals.
Yeah, so normally BO3, they will bring us maybe like different thing, because BO3 they can ban like opera and the shadow. So maybe for the hunter side, we could see like unexpected selection. For example, like just now we got a knight, and maybe we can see the like maybe geisha later. Like this is maybe did someone play geisha before?
Yes, that is true. Honestly, Geisha would not be a bad choice for the side of EMP because Geisha is generally a very draw hunter, and if they can get a draw right now, then that would be the preferable outcome. So GH is the one that has to play very, very riskily. You're going to be seeing the shadows, your dream witches and your hermits, all those very, very breaking wheels, all those very, very risky hunters. And especially because God J is going to be the hunter for GH, it's going to be quite interesting to see who he decides to play because we know that he does play quite a bit of hermit from the previous tournaments that we've seen him in. So trying to see what he's going to do, especially in the BO3 where there's 2 hunter bans, so they are most likely going to ban his CE Opera Singer as well as his Shadow that we did see in the BO2 and BO1 respectively. So those two were very deadly and they did manage to barely get by and allow his team to pass by. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how he decides to choose his hunter and also how Team EMP will decide to respond.
Yep. So for both sides, they had to try to play more right now because BO1 maybe you can be chill a bit, but this is BO3. That means you will today if you lost the BO3 right now. This is a do or die situation right now. So it's very, very need to take attention right now. So I'm very excited too. So the maybe for right now is the GH side. They had more pressure right now.
Yes, definitely. GH is definitely under a lot of pressure right now because both the survivors and the hunter need to be able to try and get a win in this round if they want to try and possibly get this win. So, going to be GH's hunter, God J versus EMP survivor Zhao Khan, Skyfault, Marant, and GT3 in the third round, first half on Ever Sleeping Town.
Wow, it's a very largest map again, guys. We do see today they had choose the Ever Sleeping Town and the Lakeside Village, and got one more is Chinatown, right? Oh, but the map, same. It's a Chinatown, and it also a largest map, guys. And we could see GH Hunter got J. He banned the Priestess and Prospector here. Yeah. It's a very you have to ban these two in this map.
Yes, definitely. These two are going to be very, very annoying. But we do see on the side of EMP banning Opera Singer and then Gamekeeper. It seems that they are no longer afraid of the Shadow as they were in the second round. So I wonder if they're going to try and bait Godji into playing, for example, the Shadow, or maybe someone else. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how Godji would respond to these bans. And we do see banning the Seer as well. Very interesting plays right now because it does really seem like he is leaning towards the Shadow right now because Seer very, very, very good against the Shadow because you can just kind of farm your owls on the main body of the Shadow while the Ghost goes and does its thing. So quite annoying. Not to mention the Prospector as well can do the same thing with the main body, just put the magnets on. And then the Priestess setting up all the portals on Chinatown is just a generally good ban idea because Chinatown is such a gosh darn awful map to let loose a Priestess, especially when the stakes are so high. You definitely do not want to have a Priestess let loose on a map like Chinatown and Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah, and we could see GH, they chosen the Antiquarian, Entomologist, and Mercenary here. And EMP Hunter got J. He picked he banned the Priestess, Prospectus here, and Toy Merchant. Whoa! Did you see that, BK? For GH side, they has picked the Lawyer here. I guess the God J will play the Shadow here.
Yes, I'm guessing that the EMP survivors here are going to be playing the guessing that God J is going to be playing the Shadow because Lawyer is a crazy decoder, which is probably why they are saving it for this. We do know, we have seen GT3's Lawyer is pretty insane. He can be really, really cracked when he wants to be. It's going to be really, really insane. Oh, but actually, it is GH's survivors. My mistake, everyone. Oh, but this
Yeah.
makes it even more interesting, actually, because we do see that the survivors are actually really, really going in for the this like very, very kind of high risk, high reward with the antiquarian and ento support plus the lawyer decoding. If the lawyer gets found, then they have to pour all of their supports into trying to get him to survive. But if the lawyer doesn't, then they're going to really, really reap the rewards of him being able to survive and decode a long, long time. So now
Ooh.
Glucose coming in back at it again with the Naiad, because we do know Glucose just has to get a draw in this, and then the survivors have to get a draw in his game. And then they will be good for this bracket. So he just needs to play it safe. Make sure he doesn't end up fumbling anything, and then he'll be good for his team. So right now, that is the plan for Team EMP. Just play it safe.
Yeah, and we could see the mercenary is in the middle and the lawyer is on the bottom. The entomologist is behind of the mercenary and the antiquarian is on the right hand side and the knight is on the left hand side here. So following this location, it seems like the entomologist and the lawyer will be more dangerous, but I think the lawyer will be the target first because he had a very, very fast decode speed here.
Yes, you are absolutely right about that, Labi. The lawyer is very deadly, especially in the right hands, and we do see Little Boy often playing the lawyer because he is very, very powerful and because he's very experienced with the characters. So it's going to be quite interesting to see whether Little Boy's experience on the lawyer is going to be enough to beat this upcoming star Glucose here. But I do have to keep in mind that the lawyer is quite close to the double-story building on the bottom right side there, which is going to be quite the nightmare for Glucose, especially because of all those pallets, those god pallets that you have to break, which is really going to be able to force Glucose out of his water form and like into the regular form, and then break the pallet. It's going to put him on cooldowns, and it's going to be really, really bad for Glucose. So interesting to see who he decides to pick first.
Yep. So it seems like Knight is going to the middle, but he don't want to chase the person in the middle. Maybe he wants to find the entomologist here. Yeah, he's coming for the entomologist, and this is also a good target for Glucose right now. But they realized about that, and they just transitioned away. And Glucose maybe missed their location, but oh, he changed the target to lawyer right now.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to be going back onto the lawyer again, but Little Boy, as we can see, running his little legs off, and we can see that the map has very, very little durability right now, being very, very careful to try and outrun and evade the hunter at every possible opportunity by using the map as best he can. But it seems like Glucose has caught on to Little Boy and will be chasing him in this hotel area, but he's going to be running out of his map soon. But it's going to be quite interesting because Blink is currently up right now, playing these like mind games right now, and going to be vaulting this thing very, very many times, and it's going to break right now. So right now Little Boy is going to be running out of a lot of options. And oh, with the bee support coming from the entomologist, very, very, very well played.
Yup, and we do see Glucose does have the detention and insolence along with the blink here. Whoa, directly on blink, but doesn't hit the lawyer, and the lawyer bought the pallets and go away right now. It will be, oh my god.
Oh my goodness, this is gonna be really, really exciting because and then the entomologist back at it again with the support bees trying to help this lawyer get away and get as far away as possible, and it's going to be really, really bad for Glucose right now because 5 ciphers are remaining. Insolence has kicked in with not a single regular hit on any of these survivors. Going to be getting a regular hit on the Little Boy, but no, he manages to barely get away and then vaulting this using the broken windows to really, really escape as far as he possibly can, and going to be getting a lot of water level up and now and getting a regular hit on the lawyer. But it's going to be really bad because first hit at 3 ciphers remaining, going to be 2 ciphers remaining soon, is really not looking good for Glucose because this amount of cipher action that's happening right now is going to be too much for him to handle.
Yeah, actually we do see Lawyer also a very strong character in this version. He can saw the location of the hunter and transition first transition away. And actually, because of this, he wasted a lot of time. He wastes glucose time, you know.
Yes, I definitely know what you're talking about. So the amount of time wasting that's happening right now. And oh, really, really high water level on the side of little boy right now. He is going to be trying to cross over this little water stream, but it's going to be really hard. And opening the map and trying to get as much out as possible, and but not being able to
Oh my
get
god.
away. It seems that you're going to be getting the water hit right now. But unfortunately, there's two ciphers remaining. One is going to be 75%. It's really, really looking bad for Glucose right now.
Yeah.
First chair at 2, almost 1 cipher remaining.
Yeah, and for the survivor side, they can just like 2% coming for the rescue, but seems like Glucose don't want to wait the person come for rescue, and he want to do a cipher control here right now, and he chased the entomologist first, and we do see the mercenary did a very nice backdoor rescue here, but actually you change to entomologist, it seems like it's not really good right now.
Yes, because we do see that a lot of these ciphers have at least tiny little bit of progress, and then Little Cat here actually doing a really, really good job of chasing Glucose's Naya here and going very, very good with the mind games, but unfortunately getting hit right here at the middle area here. But then we do see that another of these ciphers is being decoded by Mint and Little Boy once again. Little Boy being not actually getting healed up. So, but will Glucose be able to find him? And yes, Glucose will be able to get onto the track of Little Boy and possibly get him down once again. There is one cipher left. However, it is slowly being decoded and it is not yet primed. And Blink is once again up, which could be used right now or could be used for the end game. It's up to Glucose how he wants to use his abilities right now, but it's going to be really, really close as how this game is going to be, because the cipher is going to be really quickly decoded right now.
Yeah, and guys, look at the entomologist is coming right now and trying to give a support. Oh, sorry, it's an antiquarian. It's my bad. Antiquarian is coming and try to give support to the lawyer right now. And it seems like a very nice palace stand. Do you see that, BK? Look, this is a one-man show of lawyer.
Yes, absolutely. This lawyer is absolutely destroying Glucose right now because it's getting the last hit, but unfortunately the survivors are going to pop the cipher and leading this to a 4-man endgame. However, keep in mind, Glucose with the Blink up and available, it means that he is possibly going to get this lawyer down ASAP. However, picking up the elbow pads from the mercenary and getting away from the gate and going in for the Blink hit here. It's most likely going to end in a 1-man elimination for Team EMP right now.
Yeah, and the situation will be, I think the knight actually he wasted too much time in the beginning because he wasted time. Maybe he want to target the lawyer, so he wastes a lot of time to find the lawyer. But after he found the lawyer, the cipher actually started decoding and it's around like 30%.
Yes, that and also the entomologist B support was really, really, really good. Very, very vital positions that it was placed at. And as we can see, lawyer with a 224 containment time. That is very, very, very good. Even though he did get the support from the bees, from the entomologist, and also the antiquarian and also mercenary at times, it is still very, very good because a lot of those times he was just kiting on his own, and it was very, very, very good. It just goes to show you how powerful lawyer can be in the right hands.
Yeah, so we can see the lawyer, he really, really kites very well. Actually, for me, lawyer is a very strong character right now because he can decode. He doesn't have any debuff like the priestess and the priestess he got after he got a debuff like vaulting the window.
Yes, that is very,
but
very
lawyer
true.
doesn't have the debuff, so he can contain, he can decode. Yeah, it's very strong right now.
Yes, this is going to be really, really, really strong start for lawyers here, and it's also going to be really, really good for Team GH right now because even though they are still in the loss a little bit, it's 11-10 right now. If they can get if Team GH's Hunter, God J, if he can get this 3 elimination, if he can get even like a 1 elimination for his team, I do believe then. Oh, he cannot get a 1 elimination actually, because then it'll end in a draw for this round, and then Team EMP will win. So he has to get at least a 2 elimination for his team, and then they will be, I believe, then they will be going into the overtime, I believe, which is going to be really, really interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, and actually, both sides, I following this 11-10, we can see both sides will be very, very pressure right now, because
Yes.
just now, only GH like will be a bit panic, but now EMP side together be panic right now because they had to like maybe get more escape right now.
Yes, they do have to get a save. But however, I do believe that, just correcting my earlier mistake, I do believe that actually if they do get a draw, then Team EMP will actually win by points, I do believe. So there's still that option. So Team EMP could technically go and get the draw and still barely win it out, but it is going to be very, very, very close. So Gajay right now, he has to go for the 3 or 4 elimination on the survivors, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see who he plays and how he decides to play, and how the survivors on the EMP side will decide to react on their part.
Yes, like I'm very excited right now because this is like, you know, if the GH side they can try to get more, they will be like, firstly we saw EMP be chill, and the end game become the GH side become more chill right now.
Yes, that is well, I wouldn't say that they're more chill, because I think that they are really, really stressing their minds right now, because the stakes are really, really high, the tension is very, very high. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see how this plays out. It's going to be amazing to watch. I am your caster BK Boy, and this is my co-caster Labi. For those who are new joining us, we are going to be going to the second half, third round of GH versus EMP. It's going to be very, very interesting set of matches that we have seen, and we are going to be going into this last match to see who goes home and who will be moving on into the top 4 for the semi-finals.
Yeah, so I'm very excited right now because, you know, strong team versus strong team.
Yes, it's really, really exciting actually, because of how competent and well played these both of these teams are. The Hunters and the Survivors, both of them, all of them are doing so well right now. And all of them have been doing so well, and it's just insane to see such talented and competent and skilled players in this tournament, just duking it out, fighting tooth and nail for this tournament. It's just so awesome to see that kind of stuff.
Yeah, guys, look at the chat, and there's someone say, God Jay, come through right now. And again, God Jay, we need you.
Yes, the
my
GH
God.
fans really gassing him up right now. They're because I mean, it's all on for GH fans. It's all for on God J right now, because he is going to be the hunter that is going to be going up against CEMP survivors, who are GT3, Marant, Zhao Kan, and Skyfall. For those of you who are GH fans, you will recognize those 2 names because they are actually ex-GH members. So again, another very, very tense matchup between these 2 teams. It's going to be quite interesting to see how they play out. I think that one thing that should be mentioned is like who exactly Gaji is going to be playing given this situation right now, because he has to get at least a 3 elimination in order to win. So which means that he could play the Shadow, as we did see in the first round, if it does not get banned, which is going to be highly likely considering that he did get banned in the second round. So it's most likely going to be the Opera Singer and the Shadow ban on the side of the survivors. So I really wonder who else God J is going to play, and how the survivors are going to react to that, and what their counterplay options are going to be.
But I think the Shadow will be very Opera, and the Shadow will be very hard to come out after, like, already BO3. Yeah, so I'm thinking like maybe Gotcha can play the hunter. He really really like pro.
Yeah, yeah. We have seen him play Hermit before. Like I mentioned before, he does have the Hermit in the back pocket, so it is going to be quite interesting to see because you don't often see many Hermits in these tournament style gameplays. In this kind of meta right now, because he's not bad per se, but he's kind of overshadowed a lot by Opera Singer, especially, as well as the up and coming Shadow, who is also very, 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 very good. So I am wondering who he is going to play, and again, what are the survivors thinking? What's going on in their minds? What are they thinking? Who are they going to possibly play in this very, very tense finale between these two teams? It's going to be quite exciting, and I'm very curious as to the outcome. So please stay tuned, guys, because we are going to be casting over this match, and it's going to be very, very exciting. I just cannot wait for it. What about you, Lavi? Can you wait? I cannot wait.
I cannot wait. So GM, please switch it. Just switch to the
Yes, we just
VP
want to
selection
get-
right now.
Yes, production team, please. We need to get to this match ASAP. Otherwise, we are going to lose our minds, and I'm sure the audience is losing their minds as well. The tension is really, really high right now. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this plays out because the tension is so high right now. There's a lot there's a lot on the line right now. The stakes are incredibly high. Whoever wins this match, whoever wins this match will go up into the top 4 with FT, 4AW, and IVE for the semifinals. And whoever loses this will be going home as a loser because unfortunately, this is the losers bracket, and whoever loses this bracket is going to be eliminated from the tournament, which is going to be very, very unfortunate for them. So who is going to be the winner and who is going to be eliminated? That is the question on everyone's minds right now.
Yeah, so don't forget type like if you are big fans of GH, don't forget to type Gamate GH. If you are fans of EMP side, don't forget to type Gamate EMP. Yay! I'm very excited to see you guys in the chat right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, and it is seen that we are going to be moving on to the ban picks of EMP versus GH. EMP's survivors versus GH's hunters. It will be on the Chinatown as well, so it's going to be very, very interesting. So please do cheer for your favorite team and who you think is going to win in the poll that's in the chat. So guys, please keep that in mind, and please buckle your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be quite the ride, I do think.
Yeah, and seems like the global band will be the Seer, Gardener, Patient, and Puppeteer. I'm very excited to see what the EMP side they will ban right now because, yeah, I think they will ban the shadow. Like just now, me and BK we talk about we guessed the EMP side they will ban the shadow and the opera singer, but maybe this is just what we're guessing right now. So yeah, and Gotcha he do ban the priest and entomologist. Oh, yeah. Like BK, what we say is correct. For EMP side, they banned the opera and the shadow. Yeah, you had to ban these 200 because they are really, really, really strong in this versions. It's very hard to kite. And we do see Zhao Kan. For EMP side, they picked the mercenary and the antiquarian. Oh, antiquarian, like BK said, is a very annoying character.
Yes, very, very, very annoying, and actually quite the risky survivor, which is quite shocking to me because they just need to secure at least the draw right now. So if they kind of play it safer a bit, I think then they can. But I think right now they don't want to play it safe. They want to really try and go all out because they need to secure at least the draw. So they're deciding to go for the antiquarian so that they can at least try and get it, because right now in this situation every man out the gate really, really counts. So antiquarian is going to really, really help with that. Not to mention they already have a very stable rescuer with the mercenary, who is again stable as they come. So and then on the side of Gotchi, we do see banning the lawyer so that he doesn't get cipher rushed, which is very, very, very good. On the side of Gotcha, but then on EMP side, we also see the psychologist. Psychologist generally is quite of a favorite of EMP because of the long range healing, as well as the extra health that she gets at the beginning of the game. Stress level is very, very good. And then lastly, to round it off, we get the Aeroplanist, a good all-rounder survivor who is pretty good at everything. But if you will notice, they are kind of lacking in a little bit of decoding speed. So I think that if anything is going against EMP's survivors right now is the fact that they have no fast decoders like a lawyer, for example. They have no lawyer, no mechanic, no other decoders on their team, no one who could possibly help with the decoding, which is quite unfortunate because they are really, really lacking in that decoding power right now with the decoding debuff from the Mercenary and the Aeroplanist. I think that that is probably going to hurt their decoding progress quite a lot, especially if the Antiquarian is going to be out supporting a lot. It's going to slow down even more.
Yeah, and based on the band pick here, what character do you think Gajay will? Oh, actually, I do see someone type, Gajay pick the Wax Artist, and Gajay come up with the Wax Artist right now.
That is amazing to see. I just love Wax Artist so much. He is my boy. Okay, so Gajay, if you're hearing this, you better do him justice. Okay. Do my boy justice. Hashtag justice for my boy Philip. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see how these two forces are going to interact with each other, because Wax Artist at the max presence is very, very scary. Quite terrifying actually, because of the hot wax. It acts as like a second damaging ability that doesn't require any hits, which is very, very, very good for the survivors. For the hunter, I mean, because just getting a free hit alongside your regular hit is essentially doubles your damage, which is insane, especially if you can get them in a good long sightline where you can really spray your wax for a long period of time at them. It's going to absolutely destroy the survivor. So they have to be very, very careful to A, kite in the early game very well, because full presence wax Artist is very scary, and to B, not to feed presence in the early to mid game, especially when they're rescuing. So mostly looking at the Mercenary and the Antiquarian, who could possibly feed presence in the rescuing, because those two are the most likely to come and harass, support, and rescue after the first kite.
Yeah, I really agree with that, BK. And following this lineup, it's quite interesting because I'm thinking Gajay, he would chase the Antiquarian the first, is it? Because he can try to chase the Antiquarian, because the Antiquarian is very annoyed if he coming for the support.
Yes, that is very, very true. However, do keep in mind that because of Wax Artist's abilities, he has a 10% stun resistance in his base kit, and also if he gets pushed around and stunned, he will get the 25 wax onto every survivor around him. So Antiquarian is going to struggle quite a lot against the Wax Artist right now. Going to the match, we do see chasing immediately over to GT3, the Psychologist.
Yeah, but Psychologist is a tank, like he can get 3 hits here. Seems like actually this is also a good choice for Gajay, and seems like the wax will be stunned. Ooh,
and trying to get the wax as high as possible onto GT3 here, and getting it to pretty high, getting it to almost 100%, and then going in for the hit. Very, very well played, and as well as the insolence kicking in, and then trying to go for the big blob, but unfortunately missing it. And so because GT3, I believe his wax levels are going to be going down sooner rather than later, and so it does mean that his wax is going to be quite careful. So he has to be very careful about how he places, and getting the wax level really, really high right now. Oh, but going in for the warp instantly, and going to be getting a lot of wax onto the Psychologist instantly. Very, very, very well played here, and going to be almost freezing the Psychologist completely, and getting a hit as she goes up here. Unfortunately, doesn't. Oh, but failing the flywheel, unfortunately.
Did you see that? Because whoa! But finally, Gajay stunned the Psychologist here, so maybe he can find a chance to down the Psychologist in this area. But it seems like, wow! What did you see? How was the mind gaming that the Psychologist did just now?
Yes, that was really, really crazy mind gaming right there. But unfortunately, going to be barely escaping that big blob of wax right there, and then going down two stairs again, and then once again trying to kite again. But if we look at the Cypher progress, it is going to be really, really close and freezing the Psychologist just as the third Cypher pops. So it's going to be a 3 Cypher kite almost exactly by GT3 here, but unfortunately kiting near the basement, but not carrying in the basement, which is going to be quite an interesting choice. So we do see that the Psychologist is chaired at the hotel building, but the Cypher that Marant is decoding here is going to be right in range of Godj's wax and is going to be quite easy for him to block off because he can block off the Cyphers from and getting the hit on the Antiquarian while the Mercenary goes for the backdoor rescue.
Yeah, and seems like Gajay wants to wait on there and wants to chase another one who is the Antiquarian here. But I think this is not a really good for Gajay because this is the first time Antiquarian going to the chair. And look at the Cypher, guys. One Cypher pop here and another one Cypher is decoding right now. So they will be very, very dangerous for Gajay. Maybe after the Cypher prime and pop, there will be four men on the game.
Yes, that is very, very true, and it's looking really, really bad for Gotchi right now because he has to get 3 Survivor Limited and another backdoor rescue. Very, very sneaky by the other survivors there and going to be instantly going over to Marant, the Antiquarian, but unfortunately getting very, very good hits, but unfortunately freezing himself in the process and is going to be missing the hit, but trying to go for the wax hit instead and gets him down with the hot wax and picking instantly back up again. But again, keep in mind, the Cypher progress is still there. Last chair for Marant in the basement, unfortunately, but the Mercenary is still free for the rescue as well as the Aeroplanist. But it does seem that Skyfall is going to be coming in for this rescue here. And the Cypher is primed, as we can see.
Yeah, so Skyfall directly come for the rescue here. And seems like Gajay is using a hot wax to block them. Did you see?
Unfortunately, it's stunning herself and then getting down with the regular hit. Gajay getting this hit with no detention, by the way. No detention, Wax Artist, so it's going to be Insolence and Trump card. So going to be using this warp and potentially changing to teleport, but sticking to warp for now. And they're going to be one survivor eliminated right now. But going to be changing to teleport and trying to get this survivor down. It's going to be GT3, the Psychologist, but getting the really good flywheel and missing the hit, getting the pilot down immediately.
Yeah, it seems like a very nice pallet stun by Psychologist. And the other door is opening by the other teammate here, but a very nice down here. Seems like will be the tie game for it seems like it's a tie game situations, right?
Yes, this does seem like it is going to be a tie game situation, and we do see that the Aeroplanist and the Mercenary have both evacuated from this map. So it does seem like EMP is going to be the winner of this bracket. So congratulations to EMP for winning this bracket and making it to the top 4, okay? The top 4 of IVA 2024 June. It's going to be quite the spectacle for the semifinals tomorrow and the finals on Sunday. So guys, please stay tuned for that tomorrow and later on. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see how that goes down between the teams.
Yeah, congratulations for EMP. Yay. So we do see EMP become a winner for today here. So actually I'm very happy to cast right now because I'm very glad, the first time I cast then it's a very strong team for me to cast.
Yes, that is very true, and congratulations to GT3 for the MVP of this bracket. Congratulations and very, very, very well done, because that kiting as a Psychologist was really, really good, and overall the gameplay as a Psychologist I think was really, really, really good. Probably the exemplar of good Psychologist gameplay in my opinion. So GT3, once again, well done and congratulations for MVP.
Congrats! So let's see the data here. Whoa! We do see the Psychologist contain around 124 here. So it's really, 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 really important because he kite that long, then his teammate can decode the cipher. And yeah, we do see it's very, very great for psychologists.
Yes, this is really, really good for psychologists. Not to mention the fact the mercenary as well with the 3 rescues, 2 backdoor rescues, and then 1 rescue from the basement. It was really, really, really good as well. And then the antiquarian also trying to kite for her life with the 56-second containment time. Unfortunately, going down at the end, but buying just enough time combined with the psychologist kite to get the draw game for his team. So very, very, very well done for these survivors, as well as their hunter glucose.
Yeah. Like BK said that backdoor, the 2 time of the backdoor rescue is really, really important in this match because of they doesn't get any hit and rescue down. They will bring a lot of advantage for them. They no need to waste time to healing each other, right?
Yes, they don't need to waste healing each other. They just kind of went back into it. You know, rescue here, rescue there, rescue here, rescue there. There's just so many consecutive rescues because of the backdoor rescues. They didn't waste time having to heal the mercenary, and it was just really, really good coordination from the team of survivors of EMP. So as you can see from the score here, it is going to be 13-2 in favor of EMP. So congratulations once again to EMP for getting this win. And good luck next time for the GH players as well as the GH fans. There's always a next time, so don't fret. There will always be another tournament that you guys can compete in, and I'm sure that you guys will do just as well in there. Because I'm gonna be honest, both of these teams were insane to fight against because, like you mentioned, it's a strong team versus another strong team, and these guys going back and forth at each other. It's just so crazy to see that.
Yeah. It's very, very crazy. Oh my god. And the psychology he kite around 2 minutes. 2 minutes you can decode around like 3 cipher. And for me, I always the one who's down very quickly, so when I see the psychologist play like this, I was like, wow.
Yeah. I totally get what you mean. It's just like, it's very, very, very cool to see that kind of stuff. It's just insane to see that gameplay. And I mean, that's what you get when you are up in here with the top dogs of the SEA server in IVA. So for today's result, we do have a 0-2 for IVE and a 2-0 for EMP. So congratulations to IVE and EMP for making it into the semi-finals. Very, very good congratulations to those 2 teams. And they are going to be going up against each other tomorrow. First, we will have 4 Apocalypse Warriors versus FT, and then IVE versus EMP. So guys, please stay tuned for tomorrow's matches for the semi-finals, okay? Keep that in mind.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see.
Yes, it's going to be really, really exciting to see. So here we can see the tournament brackets. We do see IVE and then EMP duking it out in the losers bracket for the semi-finals, and then they're going to be going up against the winner of 4AW or FT up for the grand finals. It's going to be really, really good to see who is going to be the champion of this tournament. This is going to be insane to see because all of these 4 teams have been by far some of the best that we have seen in this tournament so far. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see how these teams are fighting against each other. Like, I love Labi. If you thought that this strong team versus strong team of EMP versus GH was really, really good to see, then let me tell you that there's going to be a lot more in store for 4AW versus FT, IV versus EMP, and the 2 other matches that we have scheduled on Sunday. So it's going to be insane to see those 2 matches.
Yeah, so guys, just stay tomorrow and stay on Sunday. I'm very, very excited to see who will be the champion for IVA.
Yes, guys, please do stay tuned. It's going to be a heck of an event. It's going to be really, really, really good to see. And it will be, if you like today's games, if you want more IVA action of these really, really good teams just having at each other, fighting tooth and nail, just at each other's throats, do follow for more of IVA content tomorrow and Sunday. You can look at it live. So please, guys, stay tuned for that kind of stuff. And we are going to be delivering you more casting stuff as always. Maybe not me and Labi, but we, the IVA casters, will definitely be giving you guys more of what you want.
Yeah.
Yes, so guys, we are going to be closing off this stream soon enough. And so I just want to thank you, me and Lobby and everyone in the IVA crew. We all want to thank you guys, all the players as well, for playing this game with us and helping to compete to IVA and helping with our community. And thank you to the audience for watching this and cheering on and supporting the teams. We really, really, really appreciate it. So it's going to be really, really fun to see that kind of stuff in the chat, as well as tomorrow and Sunday. Again, very, very excited for those games. Anything else you want to add, Labi?
Yeah, so thank you guys. I'm very happy to partner with BK because I'm quite panic start the game. Yeah, so thank you BK telling me to be chill. Yeah, and I'm very happy become a caster for IVA, and thank you everyone. If anything I didn't do very, very good, I will try to improve it next time. So thank you and goodbye guys.
Goodbye guys, thank you for watching.